Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their church. Amen.
Amen. Item 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. Welcome to today's sitting. I have received a letter from the leader of opposition who has drawn to my attention events of yesterday where the opposition decided to walk out of plenary because I did not call on the minister to give a statement with regard to their complaints on arrests of their leaders. Of course, like I guided them much earlier, I'm happy today they've taken a route that is acceptable, because yesterday the Minister for Internal Affairs had asked me permission not to be in the house. Now there is no way I could have said stand up and make a statement when he had my permission to go and address other matters. So they have made a request that I should invoke my powers to require the Prime Minister to come with the Minister for Internal Affairs and make a statement with regard to the complaints which they raised yesterday. I therefore would like to inform the Prime Minister that tomorrow I'll put you on order paper to make a statement, and I will share with you the copy of the letter which the leader of opposition has written to me. These are things which we always handle in this house, and it's issues usually where we want to get more information. So I found it not plausible for me to call on the minister to come and just give a casual response when serious issues are being raised. And I'm glad that indeed that they followed this route. So we shall have a statement tomorrow. Honorable members, I've also received a communication from the signed by the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Antoinette Among, and it goes, honorable members, we record that my office received a letter dated 15th August 2023 from the Honorable Nathan Nandala Mafabi, Secretary General of the Forum for Democratic Change, communicating the decision of the FDC party to remove Honorable Ibrahim Sembujunganda in the position of FDC party whip and replace him with Honorable Yusuf Nsibambi, MP Mawokota North. No sooner had I received the said letter than I received a petition from some honorable members of parliament who subscribed to FDC, signed by Honorable Muiche Francis, among others, MP Bukwenju County, which was received in my office, challenging the replacement of Honorable Ibrahim Semujunganda with Honorable Yusuf Nsibambi on the grounds that the author of the letter had not followed the FDC Constitution in arriving at the above decision. I was, as Speaker of Parliament, constrained by the said petition to effect the replacement of the FDC party whip. I therefore stayed action on the letter of the FDC Secretary General, pending further action from the party in addressing the grievances raised in the petition. I communicated my position via my letter dated 16th August 2023. On the 6th of October 2023, the court made a ruling to the effect that the FDC National Delegates Conference was free to convene and elect new office bearers. Following the successful elections within the FDC party, the Secretary General has via his letter dated 7th October 2023, written to me communicating the decision of the National Delegates Conference of FDC, appointing Honorable Yusuf Nsibambi as the FDC party whip in Parliament. In the circumstances, therefore, I do accept the designation of Honorable Yusuf Nsibambi as the FDC party whip. I take this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Nsibambi Yusuf upon his appointment to the office of FDC party whip in Parliament. The Honorable, do you have a word? You want to?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, I take this appointment.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
But who has allowed you?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the new whip is here, whipping us, the NRM people. These people are not here. So is in order to, yes, is in order to stand here alone to whip us, the NRM, when the people is supposed to whip are not yet in here. Right Honorable Speaker, is in order.
Thank you. Honorable Kibadia, you are out of order for refusing to be whipped. No, but we have opposition members here. We have FDC members here. I already see around 4 of them. Even some are reigning. Even the reigning ones are here. So, so please, Honorable Nsibambi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the protection. I take this appointment for my party as a very big challenge. You can tell and see what is going on. So it's my duty and responsibility to galvanize the party and also to bring some sense of decency in the debates we are making in Parliament as FDC. I promise to work with all the other members, and my whipping is not like I'm a supervisor, but I'll try to ensure that at least we have common positions which meet or address the issues that affect society than just playing to the gallery. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, honorable colleagues, last time when we talked about the action taken report,
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Nsibambi Yusuf for accepting to take that position and also assuring us that he is going to work with us and, of course, the members from his party. So we equally pledge on behalf of government that we shall work with you. Thank you.
thank you. Here we work together. And that's why it's the only platform which every one of us can have a chance to raise their issues. Now, honorable colleagues, The other issue I wanted to comment on is in relation to the action taken report on digital number plates, which I had stopped the committee of physical infrastructure, and I had a comprehensive meeting, and I explained the reasons to the members, some of which I don't need to bring here, but they are within our rules, where the procedural issues had not been properly followed. Honorable colleagues, since then, I have had a meeting with the Attorney General and the Minister for Security, where a formal complaint was made. This was a classified procurement, which we were handling in a manner that is not provided for under the PFMA on how classified matters are handled. Okay, so because of that, I want to invoke section 24, subsection 2 of the PFMA that handles issues of classified nature, whereby we have a committee. For budget, we have a committee. For accountability, we have a committee that handles classified matters. And the procedure is very clear. Even those names are vetted. Some of them are provided for under the law. Chairperson Committee on Finance, Chairperson Committee on Budget, Chairperson Park. So they are provided for, but those names are provided for under the, but others are not. And those which are not are even supposed to be taken for vetting, because this is about security of a country, not things which we want to spread around. And the procedure is, once the classified committee handles a matter, the report is handed over to the Speaker of Parliament, who handles it with the head of the executive. And it is the duty of the Speaker to ensure that the concern is raised in that report are followed up to the RATA. So with that, I want to now use my prerogative and invoke section 24(2), that the classified committee, which handles the budgets of classified, handles this matter. The minister should appear, and the minister is responsible, and they report to the Speaker within 45 days. But I also want to invoke my authority under Rule 7 of our Rules of Procedure to add on the chairperson of the Committee on Physical Infrastructure, because of the great work they have done and the evidence that they have, that they can share it that side. So with that, I will have matters of national importance. On my communication. Yes, Honorable Macho.
Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate your communication, and majorly, I want to thank God for using you today, that my good friend, Honorable Sivambi, becomes a whip of FDC. This makes me to stand on the floor of Parliament and say, the God of the National Resistance Army is working. Mr. Speaker, the God of National Resistance Movement started working when UPC was hindered, was put to be in charge under the Ministry of Gender, Labor. Then secondly, the God of NRM I belong to worked when the Democratic Party was put under the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Today, on the floor of Parliament, Honorable Sivambi, the whip, have just said he's ready to work with NRM, which means he should be ready for a ministry, so that we know that the God of NRM works totally. NRM come 2026 will be a dancing party in this country and in charge for steady progress. Thank you, Mr.
Order.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Matters of this House are matters of legislation, and that's about the laws. And what has just happened is follows the rules of this Parliament. But the honorable member there rose on his God, which God we don't know. And forcing the House to want to believe him in anticipation, and yet our rules don't allow that. So is he in order to mislead this House to say that it is God that is turning events in this house, and yet for us it is about the laws. Right, Honorable Speaker, is in order.
Now, the point of order you brought, because you see, we first prayed to God. I don't know whether it's God using him, but he talked of God of NRM. That one is not recognized here. But I think the biggest risk I'm seeing is Honorable Macho joining Nsubambi than Nsubambi coming here. Because he's feeling more comfortable. But honorable colleagues, whips are provided for under Rule 15 of our rules of procedure. Okay? And working together is very, very critical for the smooth running of the house. So let us not cause problems for our colleague. Because you see, you've heard what has been going around, and he was my lecturer. Mr. Yusuf Nsubambi was my lecturer at law school, Makerere University. So I really know him very, very well. Kindly, let us not put him into our politics. Let us leave him to do his work as a whip. Honorable Minister, you want to guide the nation?
Yes. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to provide information, especially for the benefit of my brother from Busia, that NRM ideologically believes in working with everybody for the good of this country. And that even when we are allowed to go into multi-party politics, a political party different from NRM doesn't mean it's an enemy of NRM. It is in that context that the NRM works with the DP, works with the UPC, and members of those parties are part of cabinet because we are trying to build the national cohesion. So even the Honorable Nsubambi, as a member of FDC, there is no problem at all working with NRM. Even NUP is a political party registered. So the belief of NRM is that we work with everybody for the unity and prosperity of this country. And in that context, we shall work with Honorable Nsubambi and welcome him.
Thank you. I can see you've guided us very well. Yeah. Honorable colleagues in the gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of district and sub-county speakers and council clerks from Pakwach District Local Government, represented by Honorable Ongiso Emmanuel and Honorable Vu Jane Pachuto. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Yeah. Honorable colleagues, we also have pupils and teachers of Joy Dominion Academy from Bunya County West, Mayuge District. They are represented by Honorable Agure Wajire Henry and Honorable Nakadama, Right Honorable Nakadama Rukia Isanga. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. We also have students and teachers of Fountain of Hope High School from Ntengeri County South, Kayunga District. They are represented by Honorable Sanja Patrick and Honorable Aida Nantabazi. They've come to observe proceedings. Yes. Oh, they wrote, yeah. Honorable Aida Nantaba Erios. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you, honorable colleagues. I have a lot of business to handle today. So no matters of national importance. Honorable Nsereko.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Right Honorable Speaker, it has come to my knowledge this afternoon and a few days ago, but conclusively this afternoon, that there is a sweeping arrest and detention of cyclists in the city that are doing commercial business known as border borders. And while some were passing Ginger Road this morning, we witnessed an accident. I think one of them was trying to evade the law enforcement and was carrying a passenger. They ended up crashing into a car, and you would see what happened to the passenger. It was pathetic. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we do not say no to the role of the law enforcement in performance of its duties. However, these young men mainly, who perform this duty as cyclists, have come to us and stated that we do not say no to acquiring driving licenses or riding licenses for our cycles. But the price is extremely very high. Because to have a border rider pay the same cost for a riding license like me, who drives a car, is really, really unfair. And that comes from our legislative arm. When I was passing through Liantonde on Saturday, I was stopped by another cyclist who said, "Honorable, we hear you there, but we've become a farm for law enforcement officers this side, because they take it as an opportunity to stop us at every chance that they would come across in order to extort money from us." Now, this vice must stop. Right Honorable Speaker, we owe our people a duty of care. We know there are not many jobs in the country. These young children have gone to school and have failed to find jobs and have decided to part away with their parents' land in order to get motorcycles and at least keep themselves busy, but also become breadwinners for their families. However, the high-handedness in apprehending them, their usage as a weapon of extortion by some people within the law enforcement department. Look at the number of motorcycles at police stations. This would be capital for these people. Right Honorable Speaker, if you look at this cycle, it will only create criminality. If we want to educate them, let's do that on better road safety measures. If we want to pursue them, let's adopt what you're saying, the use of electronic measures, so that we know a border cyclist who has not stopped at traffic lights will be fined. Let's use the fines. But apprehending them using hands and arms and physically, at the end of the day, has not only caused more chaos, but even more accidents.
Prayers, Honorable.
My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is simple, is that yes, we need safety on the road. We need trade order in the cities and even in the villages. We need to protect lives of our people who are using these motorcycles for their normal business. But we are also saying that the law enforcement should go slow. And in any case, this House should come back and review the fees of riding licenses, or what we call driver's licenses, so that it is easily accessible, it is affordable and usable for every single cyclist that is there in this country, so that after that, and after taking them through courses of learning, then we can start the other process of fining and apprehension. But keeping motorcycles at police stations is not only dangerous, but it's also a security threat. And I implore this House that we unanimously stand up and stop this vice. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, we usually have 2 minutes for matters of national importance. I don't know whether this was 2 minutes, but colleagues, we have free seating. So don't squeeze yourselves. We have free seating. Feel comfortable. Attorney General can be. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Minister for Works. But why are you squeezing on this corner? Spread yourself.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will not tell lies to Parliament that the fees for the permit for the motorcyclists, that the fees will reduce today or tomorrow, because it came into place by the Act of Parliament. I see the concern and request the honorable colleague on behalf of the concerned citizens to bring the complaint officially.
No, please. This is an official channel, Honorable Minister. This is not an informal, it's not a village meeting. This is Parliament. This is not a baraza.
Okay, Honorable Speaker, I've noted his concern, and I'm going to borrow from that we start on the technicalities as Minister of Works. Then at a later stage, we come to Parliament. You help us if there is a need to reduce on that amount. We also look at it. Thank you very much.
No, Honorable, it was beyond the amount, enforcement measures. Okay, so what the Honorable colleague is saying is violence, is high-handedness.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm going to get in touch with the Minister of Internal Affairs because for us as Minister of Works, we ensure these people to get the good bikes, which are up to standard. We give them the driving licenses. We ensure they have good roads. But enforcement measure in the Kampala, it is Ministry for Kampala and Internal Affairs. I'm going to get in touch with them because I'm a stakeholder to see these violent arrests, which at the same time turn into accidents, are stopped to get good ways on how to enforce on these laws. Thank you.
And involve the area MP. Now, Honorable colleagues, Kiza Acrobat, you see, the time I have, Honorable colleagues, I want us to move very well on our order paper.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I am heartbroken to raise this matter before this August House. The matter is regarding rampant arrests of some Ugandans by UA authorities. Right Honorable Speaker, information on the ground which needed to be investigated by this Parliament indicate that many Ugandans living around the national parks and game reserves are being lured by some UA authorities to search for ivory, pangolin, and other park species on demand abroad. Right Honorable Speaker, the same people who lure them into the act are the same who arrest them. Right Honorable Speaker, as you are aware that under the Whistleblowers Act, whistleblowers are exorbitantly remunerated, and this remuneration has been abused by some UA authorities at the suffering of poor Ugandans. Right Honorable Speaker, as we talk now, if you go to a nearby police station along Ginger Road, if you also go to Kira Road Police Station, also if you go to Luzira, you will find many Ugandans lying there suffering at the expense of these people. Right Honorable Speaker, it's
You see?
It's not always easy.
Honorable, please, just sit down. Yeah, we have order in this house. You have, listen, sit. You had your 2 minutes. You started rotating, telling a story.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg you allow me to say my prayers. No. My prayers, Right Honorable Speaker. It's not always easy to get bail for the victims with wildlife charges. My prayers, Right Honorable Speaker. I pray that an investigation be carried out by a committee of Parliament about the genuinity of the UA authorities implementing the arrests. Second prayer, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Tourism should interest himself in this matter. I beg to submit. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, you see, it's very important. If it's an issue of connivance, conmanship, brutality, and all that, and the minister can first explain. Once we are not satisfied, it's when we can involve our committee. But usually, we want to give the minister a chance. Minister?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, my neighbor, Honorable Robert, for raising the matter. It's indeed unfortunate if the allegations are indeed true. But what I know for a fact is, and as a result of the law made by this Parliament, the Act that provides serious punitive measures for whoever is involved in wildlife crime, including life imprisonment. I'm aware that every individual that we've arrested as OWA using the agencies of police and the rest has been put before court and duly prosecuted with evidence of what they would have gotten them with, be it ivory, be it pangolin. But nevertheless, I'll take interest in the matter and see how to dig deep and maybe get more information. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, please study this matter deeply and give us a comprehensive statement and status of cases. Because indeed, this law was made so that we can protect our national parks. There shouldn't be compromise on that. But the issues raised by the member in your investigation, you link up with the member so that he can give you more information, which can help you in your statement. In 2 weeks' time, you would be able to update the House. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Kaya Christine, not here. Jocelyn Kamateneti.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in July 2023, this year, Ministry of Education and Sports issued a list of secondary schools and primary schools chosen for grant aiding in the financial year 2023-2024. In Ntungamo district, we were given 3 schools. That is Ngoma Secondary School in Nyachera Sub-County, Karam Secondary School in Nyarutund, Mama Janet Girls School in Nyachera Sub-County, with their proposed allocation budgets of 659 million each school. We went to Ministry of Education, confirmed with Commissioner, made all necessary preparations, submitted the list of the requirements. On 26 September this year, 2023, in a letter written by Permanent Secretary of Education to Public Service entitled Request to Grant Aid 38 Primary Schools, 46 Secondary Schools in financial year 2023-24. Ngoma Secondary School and Karam Secondary School are not mentioned. Ntungamo district has 34 sub-counties. We have a population of around 580,000 people. We need primary schools. We submitted a list of 5 primary schools requesting for grant aiding. None is appearing on the list. Our prayers. Ngoma Secondary School and Karambi Secondary School be grant aided this financial year 2023-2024. 5 primary schools submitted be considered for grant aiding this financial year 2023-2024. Prayer number 3. Ministry of Education should have equity in distribution of resources.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I can see members are looking at each other, but in Ntungamo district, sometimes I even pity the MPs. It's unique. It has around 5-6 districts if we are to talk of an average Uganda district. I can tell you. And this is a problem, I think, which the central government needs to look at. Service delivery based on administrative units cannot be effective. You should look at other parameters. When you say, for example, when you say Ntungamo districts gets the same quota as Mitoma, okay? You're cheating people from Ntungamo, and that's why you have a grammar all the time. Districts give us Wakiso. You look at the people. So you need to look at a unique way as a government of looking at this. But the one of schools, Honorable Minister, Education, you've had the prayers.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my sister for raising this very critical matter, because matters of education is a key priority for everybody. And it is true that my ministry, last financial year, we budgeted for coding and grant aiding primary schools and secondary schools across the country. However, the resource that we were given could not allow the numbers to be higher. Despite being budgeted for last financial year, the funds were not released, Mr. Speaker. This financial year, again, we budgeted for 38 primary schools and 46 secondary schools, as my colleague has mentioned, according to the availability of resources given the small envelope we have. And indeed, these schools were selected very carefully, knowing that there were very many, in hundreds of primary schools across the country that needed coding. Likewise, in 100 secondary schools across the country that needed coding. But I must say that what my sister said is true, that the permanent secretary wrote a letter, of course, indicating these 38 primary schools, community primary schools, and 46 secondary schools across the country for grant aided, but that's not the final step. I want to request you, Mr. Speaker, that I get more information. Of course, those are the lists that were sent to public service, but allow me to get more information.
Honorable Minister, continue.
If that is the final list, and in the event that there are more resources, if we can add more schools, including what my sister has raised, otherwise they are really few because the funds could not allow us have more schools for coding and for grant aided.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, honorable colleagues, clarification is for the member holding the floor, and we don't have anyone. Yeah. No, she's not on the floor. We've moved on. Honorable Pascal Menya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, while celebrating World Teachers' Day in my constituency last week, I was notified by the DEO of my district that some of the teachers who were recruited in July 2023 are not yet deployed up to today. And Right Honorable Speaker, as we remember, the theme was about the education we need for our children. I believe our children are not given access to have this education they need because the teachers are not yet deployed. Right Honorable Speaker, even the teachers themselves were already laid off by the previous or the former employers, and they are left without any choice to fund their family needs. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is the Ministry of Education should with immediate effect ensure that these teachers are deployed. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. A related matter, Honorable Felix Okot. Go on.
Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, I rise on a matter of national concern. I bring forward the plight of students from my constituency, especially from Kwera Secondary School, from Kangai Secondary School, and St. John Secondary School. Mr. Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, my students in my constituency are very concerned about their future. Right now in Kwera Secondary School, they have only 6 teachers instead of 32 teachers. This will affect their future. In St. John Secondary School, they have 7 teachers. And in Kangai, they have 9. So I don't know whether it's a matter of design, it is by design or by commission that my people are being undermined and marginalized. This is the future of my people, the future of the country. They are paying school fees, but they have no teachers.
Prayers, Honorable.
And my prayers are to request the Ministry of Education to urgently deploy adequate teachers to these schools. For emphasis, Kwera Secondary School, Kangai Secondary School, and St. John Secondary School, immediately, without faith.
Thank you. Honorable Minister. Procedure, Honorable Enos, procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm raising under Rule 8. It's not provided for, but it seems that we all have the same problems like our colleagues. Through you, Mr. Speaker, can you ask the Ministry of Education, like yesterday, the electricity sector we discussed, can we ask the Ministry of Education to give us a status of the education sector so that we can all bring out all our problems, because we have almost the same challenges.
Okay. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank my two colleagues for raising this matter all relating to teachers. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, last financial year, my ministry recruited over 5,000 staff, out of which over 3,000 were teaching staff. And out of those, around more than half of those were deployed because the money that was meant for deployment was availed. And we have, as to date, Mr. Speaker, close to 2,000 staff, teaching and non-teaching staff, have not been deployed. Our budget for deployment was over 50 billion. And out of that, finance released only 15 billion. And as I speak, the current finance we have cannot deploy all that teaching and non-teaching staff that we have recruited. And I want also to request my colleague from finance to also assure us that my ministry should be in position to receive this fund so that we really deploy all these teachers. But allow me, Mr. Speaker, to bring a statement on this recruitment, because even last time I spoke about it, to bring a statement to see how many we have recruited, how many are deployed, how many are we left, and what resources, how much do we still need to deploy? Finally, Mr. Speaker, I was in Idokolo. I visited St. John's, and I visited quite a number of schools, the one my colleagues was talking about. And I also noted those challenges they presented to me. And I came back, I presented to my ministry. We were We were hopeful, Mr. Speaker, that once we get those finances, I even pledged to the school in Dokolo where I went, that once we get those finances, we should be in position to deploy the teachers in the district. So I beg that I could bring a statement, if allowed, about the issue of recruitment and deployment, Mr. Speaker.
You see, Honorable Minister, even when you bring a statement which concludes that you need money, that statement is not helpful. I need a statement which is helpful. Minister for Finance, what do you say about this?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I propose that you allow me sit with the minister and we harmonize before I make a statement in the House.
Aji, what's the issue?
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, we are always here during the budgetary cycle. Ministers present their ministerial policy statement. And we would like to see a government that has harmony and cohesion. Here is one minister in charge of education clearly stating that they presented numbers towards you for funding. Because listen, our young generation can only be guaranteed of a secure future you talked about in your manifesto if they are well educated. Now, the plea of Honorable Felix Okoto Gong was that parents are footing a bill they are paying for zero service. Heads should be swinging because there is someone footing a bill from their own pockets to send their children to school and they are not finding teachers. That means that is proper abuse of office, I can tell you. Why? Because when someone comes here and states, this is the money we need to deploy X, Y, and Z teachers, and the Ministry of Finance has no answers. The statistics we need here are very simple. One, how many teachers are required? How many were deployed? And what was the cause of the shortfall? So that we as Parliament, we can address it in appropriation.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, you see, I know what we want the minister tell us, but I also know what he goes through to make such a commitment. He can't just do it out of, you know, he needs wide consultations also. So, like you requested, Honorable Minister, have an interministerial meeting, and then on Wednesday, you update the House.
Mr. Speaker.
Or you want to make your statement now?
Mr. Speaker, this matter is very sensitive, and you know, I am also a member of Parliament. I receive similar concerns. What Honorable Sereko is saying, that what the minister proposed to us, and which was finally, which I presented to you for approval, I would like to refer both of us to the Appropriations Act, and I commit that what we appropriated, Mr. Speaker, sir, will be released.
Yes, the minister is now trying to be tactical. Okay, okay, but for now, what the minister is saying, he can only release what we gave him. But we also know that the minister is bringing proposals for supplementary. So if he believes this is a very critical item, if he takes it serious and he believes there is a gap, it's an issue he can consider in supplementary. So please, let's have a statement on Wednesday after your interministerial meeting. I think you have room to discuss, you even consult at cabinet level, and then on Wednesday you give us an update. Okay? Yeah. No, I won't have minister. No, please, Honorable Minister. I won't have ministers whispering to each other. One comes, another one comes. I need my members to submit.
I say they release 15, but they release 32 out of 50 billion. What is remaining is 18 billion. That's the only thing I want to correct.
So 18 was appropriated?
50 was appropriated.
50 was appropriated?
32 was released.
So the minister has committed that whatever was appropriated, he will give. Yeah. So, but go back and cross-check. Okay? Yes. Colleagues around me, please. I do business. Honorable Emmanuel Otara.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I arise to raise an issue of national importance in respect to the threat posed by Cuscata campestris, also known as golden dodder. This is a notorious spaghetti-like weed with tendrils, which is killing many plants, especially fruit plants, like mango trees and hedge trees in my constituency. Right Honorable Speaker, through my travels across the country, I've also seen this notorious weed in other parts of the country. Now, this plant, or notorious weed, it's also notorious in wetlands and destroying ecosystems, but also animal and plant fodder. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, in my area, which has been designated for fruit trees under the PDM, we feel this plant is dangerous to our people who are going to grow fruits like mangoes and other fruit trees. This plant is indigenous to New
Prayers.
Zealand, and it is categorized as unwanted species.
Prayer.
My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries explains to the country the circumstances under which this plant, which
Conclude your prayer, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Which is indigenous to New Zealand, came into Uganda.
From a weed, now you're calling it a plant. You're qualifying it.
It's a plant, but a weed. Yes. Two, that the commissioner responsible for crop protection, or indeed any relevant official of the ministry, should immediately visit my constituency in West Budama South to assess the threat posed by golden dodder and devise immediate strategies to eradicate it in the area, but also across the country. And the three, that the ministry should strengthen regulatory mechanisms to prevent importation of such dangerous plant and animal species into our country, bearing in mind the example of hyacinth weed that has become now notorious in our waters. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to pray.
Thank you, Honorable. Government, please, Minister for Agriculture, do as requested and report back within 2 weeks' time, because it might need time, consultations and all that. Okay. Colleagues, in the gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers of Kinawa High School, Kawempe South Division, Kampala. They are represented by Honorable Kaziwe Bashir Bazira and Honorable Shamim Marinde. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Hey, you can stand up for recognition.
Representing them.
Thank you. The honorable colleagues, the rest of the matters will be handled tomorrow because it's already 3 p.m. Next item.
Item 3 on the other paper, statements by ministers on 1, the status of COVID-19 in the country.
So, honorable colleagues, we shall be stopping at 3 on handling matters of national importance, education and all that, so that we go on substantive order paper. That's how we are judged on the business we manage to cover in a day. And then Thursdays, we shall be having 1.5 hours after Prime Minister's time to address members' issues every Thursday. So last Thursday, we handled, I think, over 80 questions for members. So I hope this Thursday, tomorrow, we can also handle a magnitude of issues regarding your constituencies. Minister for Harris. Colleagues, we have free seating. Don't block the way. You know, I have, let's not block the way. We have free seating.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the first sitting of the second meeting of the third session of the 11th Parliament, which took place on the 3rd of October, this August House directed that I should update the country on the status of COVID-19, and I am here to do it. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, it's worth noting that it is now more than 3 years since Uganda confirmed the first case of COVID-19 on the 21st of March, 2020. And as you may recall, Uganda recorded 3 major waves. The first was caused by the Wuhan virus, mainly spread by truck drivers from August 2020 to January 2021. And we recorded 41,930 cases and 341 deaths. The second wave was caused by the Delta variant and lasted from May 2021 to August 2021. We recorded 57,767 cases and 2,912 deaths, while the third wave was caused by the Omicron variant, which began in November 2021 to February 2022. We recorded 35,845 cases, 334 deaths, And from March 2022 to date, we have recorded 45 deaths. Like for the first wave that swept across the world, in 2022, Uganda averted the fourth wave. In regards to the current situation of COVID-19, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, as of September 30th, 2023, there are 171,869 total confirmed COVID-19 cases, 3,632 deaths in total, and 3,262,447 cumulative tests done. Between January to September 2023, Uganda has recorded 1,748 cases with a monthly average of 194 cases. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we have observed a drastic reduction in the number of cases from June to September 2023, with no admissions of severe cases and deaths. This is significantly much lower compared to 2020, 2021, and 2022, where we had 3 consecutive waves, 1, 2, and 3 that I alluded to. Despite this stable transmission pattern, the threat of a potential COVID-19 resurgence remains, given the ongoing and successive mutations being recorded globally. The difference is that as a country, we are much more prepared in terms of oxygen supply, healthcare workforce competence and expertise, bed capacity, including the high dependency units and intensive care units. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to inform this august House that the top 7 districts reporting highest number of cases, the highest number of cases above 30 from January 2023 to September 2023 include the following: Kampala, Wakiso, Masaka, Kisoro, Gulu, Mbarara, and Luero. And the numbers are as follows: Kampala, 1,020, Wakiso, 279, Masaka, 50, Kisoro, 46, Gulu, 45, Mbarara, 39, Luero, 30 cases. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda launched the COVID-19 vaccination campaign on the 10th of March 2021. And as of September 25th, 2023, a total of 26,471,494 doses of COVID-19 vaccines have been administered to the population across the country. Of this, 19,203,485 was given as the first dose, 6,735,177 as second dose, 532,832 as booster dose. To date, 59% of the population 18 years and above have received at least 2 doses of the vaccine, while only 6% of children aged 12 to 17 years have received 2 doses of the vaccine. This coverage is below our target of 28.5 million eligible Ugandans, 22 million adults, and 6.5 million children who are up to date with their vaccination against COVID-19. Despite these successes in vaccination, the uptake for the COVID-19 vaccination has stagnated in the past 18 months. This is attributed to a significantly reduced risk perception at the population level, and as a result, by February 2024, Right Honorable Speaker, 7,567,200 vaccine doses will expire. In regards to the global COVID-19 pandemic perspective, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on the 4th of May 2023, the WHO, in concurrence with the International Health Regulation Committee, downgraded the COVID-19 pandemic from a public health emergency of international concern to an ongoing and established health issue. Accordingly, the International Health Regulation Committee confirmed that COVID-19 is an ongoing health issue which no longer constitutes a public health emergency of international concern. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the World Health Organization made the following recommendations to all state parties. 1, sustain the national capacity gains and prepare for future events to avoid the occurrence of a cycle of panic and neglect. WHO further encouraged state parties to improve country readiness for future outbreaks. Countries should restore health programs adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. 2, integrate COVID-19 vaccines into routine immunization programs and maintain efforts to increase coverage for all people in high priority groups and continue to actively address vaccine acceptance. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have done this. All health facilities that offer vaccination have COVID-19 vaccines. 3, bring together information from diverse respiratory pathogen surveillance data sources to allow for a comprehensive situation awareness. State parties should maintain the reporting of mortality and morbidity data, as well as variant surveillance information to WHO. And we have continued to do this. Likewise, I have just given you the statistics. 4, strengthen country regulatory authorities to support long-term authorization and use of vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics. Right, Honorable Speaker, the NDA bill is stuck at the first Parliamentary Council, but we are following it. 5, work with communities and their leaders to achieve strong, resilient, and inclusive risk communication and community engagement. We are doing this. In regards to the COVID-19 standard operating procedures and containment measures, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, taking into account the fact that there remains a potential of resurgence of infections as guided by WHO, the National Task Force reviewed the COVID-19 situation in the country and made the following recommendations. 1, where the risk of potential exposure is likely, especially in enclosed places and public gatherings, the use of masks for all individuals is highly recommended. 2, mandatory COVID-19 testing is recommended for gatherings where the risk of exposure is high or where there is a mix of individuals with different risk factors. 3, the elderly, 50 years and above, and those living with comorbidities are encouraged to get vaccinated and boosted. 5, individuals with symptoms of coronavirus should not go to closed or crowded places and should use face masks in the event that they interact with others. 5, handshaking and hugging should be done with caution. 6, all eligible Ugandans should get vaccinated to avoid the risk of a resurgence and flare-up of infections. Right Honorable Speaker, as I have highlighted above, the implementation of the above measures is discretionary and applied based on the prevailing circumstances, informed by risk assessment at various levels. In regards to the next steps, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, transitioning from the COVID-19 pandemic to an established and ongoing public health issue, the Ministry of Health is undertaking the following. A, Uganda had initially developed the COVID-19 case management guidelines, focusing on the acute phase of COVID-19. However, many patients have continued to experience signs and symptoms of long COVID-19. These are people who got infected and have complications. Hence, the Ministry of Health is updating the existing COVID-19 guidelines to include long COVID-19 treatment follow-up. B, the country developed guidelines on how to integrate COVID-19 vaccination into routine vaccination. These guidelines are currently being implemented, as I mentioned earlier. As noted above, we have observed a slow progress in the uptake of COVID-19 vaccines, especially after the WHO declaration that COVID-19 is no longer a public health emergency of international concern. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in conclusion, the worst of COVID-19 seems to be over, but the medium and long-term effects of the previously infected individuals remains a challenge which the Ministry of Health is addressing. Whereas the possibility of flares remains, as a country, we are more prepared than we were in March 2022. We hope to sustain all the health system gains attained in the past 3 years of the pandemic to strengthen access to quality health care for the population. Lastly, allow me to register my sincere appreciation to the Parliament of Uganda for the enormous support to the health sector, not only during the COVID-19 pandemic response, but always. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Linda for photo.
Thank you so much.
Honorable Wako, and Nyakorach, Wakorach, sorry, Simon Wakorach. Yes, and then Honorable Mushemeza, Karamoja, Magoro. Opposition will be represented by Jonam and Tom.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister of Health for the statement. And indeed, it is true. They had increased on the oxygen supply in all regional referral hospitals. But through you, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to inform the Minister of Health that for Porto Regional Referral Hospital, for the last 8 months, our oxygen plant has been out of service. We have been relying on oxygen from NMS, which comes and cannot take even a week. Patients are currently buying oxygen from pharmacies, and those who cannot afford, you can guess what happens. It is a real problem. The hospital director wrote a letter to the Ministry of Health on the 27th of March, 2023, but up to today, the oxygen plant has not been serviced. Then the new plant that is being constructed has stalled. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I request the Minister of Health to ensure that they service the oxygen plant of Fort Portal Regional Referral Hospital so that the patients are able to survive. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I take this opportunity to thank the Minister for Health for bringing this report at this moment, when the whole country thought maybe COVID was no more. However, I want to understand which methodology has been used to ascertain the areas of Uganda that have got more COVID prevalence. Because we have discovered that Kampala, Wakiso, Mbarara, then Kisoro and Gulu. We might say that Gulu is a border district, then Kisoro is a border district. But we have border districts on the eastern part of Uganda, and they interact like any other districts. So, should we think that Eastern Uganda doesn't have COVID, or the testing is not being done there? Because in most cases, Uganda here, we test when the president is visiting. The Eastern Uganda might have not been visited by the president for some good time.
He was in Tororo.
They might be having COVID. So we want to know the criteria, the technique they use to understand the areas which have COVID.
Thank you.
Secondly, we want to know how far we have gone with the preparation of the vaccine, because that would be the best preparation we would have as Uganda. Beds we have, oxygen we have, other things we have. But if we don't have the vaccine, then we shall be in trouble, because we might need to vaccinate our people again.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Honorable Wako.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the government, especially the Minister of Health, for the spirited fight against COVID-19. However, Honorable Speaker, much as the ministry is encouraging old persons to get vaccinated, there are still some people in the villages, especially the old ones, who were not vaccinated against COVID. My prayer is that measures should be put in place for them, since it is difficult for them to move to the vaccinating centers. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Simon Wakorach.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I'd like to use this time to say a big thank you to the Honorable Minister for the comprehensive submission to the country. Right Honorable Speaker, I only have two quick clarifications from the Minister. Number one, Gulu district. Gulu was mentioned among the highest districts still with COVID. But you remember now we have Gulu district and Gulu city. I would like to know from the Minister which one among the two, so that we are at peace. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, we also want to know the level of engagement now the government have with those who supported the fight on COVID. For example, Dr. Guang and Dr. Lamara. What is now the level of engagement? Have we left them, or we're still using them as the government? I thank you.
Thank you, Moroto Municipality. Then Professor Mshemeza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the statement. However, I also want to inform government that there are districts that border with countries like Moroto, which borders with Kenya. So if we talk about COVID still being around, then we should also be careful with the influx, because there are places that are not controlled, that people move in and out. And then secondly, also the testing kits that we use for the swapping equipment, what long-term effect does it have on people, especially those that are tested all the time? And then if you say COVID is still around, then why is it that we only do it for particular sessions? Why can't we have routine tests for also other communities? Thank you.
Yes, Professor Mshemeza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the Minister, the Ministry, and our government for fighting COVID-19 and also inculcating a culture of putting on a mask. Yesterday, I had a mild flu, and I did not find any problem putting on a mask. I think that is a plus. In your presentation, you indicated 26 million plus got a first dose, 6 million plus got a second dose, and 5 plus third dose. And your conclusion was 59% were immunized. My calculation is that 6 million over 26 million brings 23%. So how did you come to 59%? Because I believe somebody to be fully immunized, you get the first and the second dose. Number three, what is your long-term strategy on the medical officers or medical personnel that were trained on specialized services, laid off, in terms of bringing them back within the mainstream health sector to improve our personnel? And finally, the issue of vaccine has been raised by Honorable Tumusigu. The process of developing a vaccine also had other processes of developing drugs that would deal with elements of similar nature. What is the progress? Did we abandon the project? Because this is very important in terms of our human medicine development. Thank you.
Amuria, Rampara, Magoro, and Tom Saroti.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for the statement that she has provided. However, I have a few things that I wanted to seek clarification from the minister. Right, Honorable Speaker, the vaccines we have been using are donated to us as a country. I don't know whether we have anywhere in this country where we check those vaccines to test and find out that they are good for human consumption, to be used on humans. Right, Honorable Speaker, I stood here on the issue of vaccines, especially rubella, which also brought issues to our children. And I want to say that after the elderly received this vaccine, the COVID vaccines, so many people have been dying. I don't know whether government has taken interest to check what is the cause of this death is in these elderly people who received the vaccines. Because from there, we should be able to tell whether these vaccines are good to continue receiving or not. Right, Honorable Speaker, another issue with the vaccine that I have is this HPV, I don't know, this one of cancer that was given to our children. Many children have started their periods before the age when they are supposed to start. So I want to know from the minister, have we taken keen interest to find out whether these vaccines are really very good for us or there's some complications that come after this? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, before I can see one of our members who is the health practitioner, Honorable Sylvia. You wanted to give us some information? Honorable Minister, I'll give you a chance, you will respond.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wanted to add some more information on what Honorable Susan is presenting. When we were listening to the minister's paper, the World Health Organization declaring COVID to no longer be a public health emergency issue. That is one of the reasons as to why there is laxity. But also another reason is what she has just mentioned. There is a lot of myth. I don't know whether it is myth and misconceptions and what, but people talk a lot about side effects. So I don't know what the Ministry of Health has done about that to inform the public, to take away that fear from people. Or we don't know whether it is real, but it is the second cause of laxity for the uptake of the vaccination. I thank you.
Thank you, Agor.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Minister, for the presentation. Two things. One is related to the vaccine, in that during the period when COVID was at its height, I think monies were dispensed by government to start a vaccine. I don't know how it has progressed. And if you are having now guidelines in regard to including COVID-19 treatment and also vaccinating as an ongoing process, are we going to use our own vaccine, or we have enough vaccines from outside that we are going to use? And secondly, in the recent past, I think there should be a study. There are very many people who are dying because of lung issues. Last week, I lost like 2 people. And I have one in my house whom we have drained fluids from the lungs twice so far. And in fact, the 2 weeks, a fortnight ago, 3 people died almost at the same time, but because of oxygen-related issues in the lungs. I would like you to make either study or research within Mulago here and see why this has come up. We presuppose that it could be either effects of those people who had COVID. And when the 3 people I'm talking about, they all had COVID, though they were treated, but they were got infected with COVID. Is there any related, and they were vaccinated too, but are there any related issues?
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister for the statement, and also equivocally thank the President, because he was a champion at the forefront of risk communication that enabled so many of us to uptake the services were offered during the COVID pandemic situation. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Health mentions a challenge to do with vaccine acceptance. I would wish to know what strategy do we have in strengthening risk communication and community engagement, because with that, we shall be able to allay the myths surrounding the vaccine uptake, which will be easy for the population to partake of the services. Then two, we had a challenge with the ambulance services across the pandemic situation. And many of us as MPs ended up buying ambulances. It is not tenable for us to manage them throughout the term. What, especially us who come from Rampara that is here with the rugged terrain, would you find it prudent to avail us an ambulance as a district to support our services and even other areas that don't have ambulances, because access to health facilities in our area is challenging because of the terrain. Two, even the health center threes is the services they are still wanting. We did find it prudent to avail us an ambulance. I thank you.
Thank you. And Honorable Minister, there are claims that some of the ambulances are not yet distributed, the ones for COVID, which you procured during COVID. So that's an issue you needed. Yes, Tom. Then Jonam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have brought to a complaint from my constituency where 3 people approached me. They said after the vaccination, for me, I have been perfectly okay, but my manhood has completely collapsed. Yes, that is the report I got. So, and I have to bring it here so that the Minister of Health will carry research about it. And they said, is that the reason why the ministry is encouraging the older people to go for vaccination? So it is a question. Thank you.
Honorable, these are problems of not coming for repenting on Sunday. When we called all of you to come and repent. Yeah, okay. Yes, Honorable Migade, then Honorable Mara. Then,
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Oh.
And I want to thank the Minister for that statement. But Right Honorable Speaker, in the past, the Minister would update the country which is specific COVID, had names and types, and would know which one is trending. But nowadays, Right Honorable Speaker, it is a fact that we should actually accept here that nowadays the way COVID testing is done is more of political. Testing is only done when we are going to meet the president. And when even if there's a national function that is going to bring together all people from different parts of the country, even where the speaker is the chief guest, and provide the president is not going to be there, there is no testing. And so it is very important, and I want to understand, is the COVID we have now presidential? Because normally, Right Honorable Speaker, normally the president is many meters away from these ones who are actually tested. So how can we remain suspects? And it is only maybe one person whom we know that we actually trying to show that is COVID free. So I wanted the minister to assure me whether Uganda is COVID free or not.
Thank you. Jonam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have 2 issues I want to raise here. One is related to the statistics we were given on the people infected and the deaths therefrom. I know that the deaths are mainly in hundreds, they are not in thousands. But those hundreds are still very important to us. And we also know from what my colleague Honorable Wakorach has stated, that there have been two renowned persons, researchers and doctors in this country that have produced drugs which are out here in the market. But no mention is made anywhere on whether these drugs are working or not. And if they are working, wouldn't they have been used to control the numbers of people who have died? That is one. Number two, West Nile is one of the regions with the longest border lines with our neighbors, Congo and Sudan. We know that as a country, we are very good in disease control. But our neighbors, unfortunately, may not be as good as us. Even if the West Nile region, no district is mentioned amongst the 7, I'm worried. So what is happening to make sure that the West Nile region, not only the West Nile region, but I'm bringing it as an example of a region that has a long borderline with the neighbors that may not have the kind of control that we have. So what is going to happen, Madam Minister, in those regions? Otherwise, thank you so much for your report.
Terego, and then Omar.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it brings chill in my blood when I hear drugs, vaccines getting spoiled. Right Honorable Speaker, it has become the normal thing in Ministry of Health to see that drugs get spoiled. Can we really understand how we can make good use of our drugs before they get spoiled? Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, we had a lot of beds, bedside drawers, and many things. When I went to Nambole to pick beds for Terego, I almost wept. A lot of beds, a lot of things under Ministry of Health were dumped and wasted. But when we requested to pick more, they were not allowed. I want a clear message from the minister on how they intend tomorrow to keep government property, especially after the whole situation has come down. Thank you so much.
Teira. Oh, Omara, then Teira.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would want to appreciate the detailed submission of the report by the Honorable Minister. I have maybe two or three observations to make. Number one, Right Honorable Speaker, when the COVID struck, this country spent substantial amount of money to deal with the COVID problem, including us accessing our fund at the IMF. So substantial amount of money was spent. And I want to thank the minister and the team for really dealing with the matter. And now we have a near normalized situation. My concerns, though, is that money has been spent on buying vaccines. And according to the report by the minister, these vaccines are scheduled to expire in 2024. And also at the same time, the acceptance rate of vaccinations have gone down. And Right Honorable Speaker, this is on account of the suspicions around the side effects of the vaccines. And in European Parliament, as well as in the US and by subject matter experts, they have indicated, and these things is on YouTube, they have indicated that these vaccines have problems, and the European Union is actually now asking their nationals and the medics to remove the vaccines from the shelves. And here the minister is saying that we should continue with vaccination. Would the minister be able to give us assurance that they have fully understood the side effects of these vaccines and that as a country we are safe? The second issue, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Teira.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
And thank you, Honourable Minister, for the report. Honourable Minister, it's now the policy of government and the Ministry of Health to have a health center 4 at constituency level. And one of the challenges we experienced during COVID was the ambulance services. There are many constituencies which have not yet benefited from this policy because of course, the usual financial constraints. What is the status of the ambulance service to the already existing health center 3s which are supporting these constituencies? And in particular, Bugabla North constituency should be one of the areas of priority because it's a hard-to-reach area because of the terrain. Thank you, right.
Mbare City. Riggs, don't squeeze. We have free seating. I don't know why you're squeezing. And they've told you we still have COVID.
Thank you, Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join the colleagues in thanking the Minister for her presentation. However, I just have a few concerns. The first one, Right Honorable Speaker, in her statement, there is need for further vaccination. And this vaccination is using the foreign vaccines. And yet the president was very, very stern on saying that we must have our own vaccines. I just want to know how far they've gone with these vaccines because, Right Honorable Speaker, in my village, all the elderly men and women who were vaccinated died, including my father. All, including my father. So if we are all to get these vaccinations, it's unfortunate. I don't know whether it was because of the vaccine or because their time had come, but all old, elderly, all in my village, all died. Right Honorable Speaker, right now, if they are encouraging us to go for the vaccinations, many people say that unless Uganda has its own vaccine, they can only trust their own because whatever that we've taken from the foreign donations and other countries have questions, just like a member has indicated that even impotency is also detected. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want also to find out what incentives.
Thank you. Kibarya Chegegwa Achan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when COVID had just entered this country, the Prime Minister then, Nduguru Akanarugunda, and the Minister, who is still the Minister, had a lot that they had in report as far as improving the health condition and the health sector in this country. Regional referral hospitals, Right Honorable, were mentioned. There is a lot that had been promised to be put. And you remember, Right Honorable, COVID struck and it took us by surprise. Right Honorable, as COVID goes, we wish to take advantage of that situation and prepare further that in case there is any other calamity or disaster, we are prepared. Right Honorable, I wish to take advantage of this and seek your guidance, and I seek your office to guide us through this. If the minister has reports on the status of COVID, to equally update the House and this nation, how far they have fulfilled whatever they promised as far as the health sector is concerned. And most of these hospitals that they had promised, they were going to equip and make sure they are at another level where they are now. Thank you.
Chegwega.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Gulf Council, together with the Ministry of Health, accredits hospitals in this country that do pre-boarding health checks for the domestic workers going abroad, especially to the Middle East. And even when the employers have paid money for these health checks, when they arrive to their destinations of work, there is a pre-arrival check for them to confirm whether the checks this way were thorough. Right Honorable Speaker, I wonder why the Ministry of Health takes a very passive role on checking these people when they return from those countries to ensure a disease surveillance so that they don't come with another outbreak. We don't know even how COVID came. Maybe it came with those Saudis who were coming back. Maybe it came with those workers who were returning to the country, and we never care to find out whether they are as intact as they went. And so I would like to recommend, Right Honorable Speaker, that it becomes a requisite that every domestic worker coming back and maybe other workers coming from abroad take a pre-arrival check for us to make sure that they don't come here and introduce or reintroduce epidemics and pandemics. I thank you.
Judith Achan Byanyima.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for making the statement. However, I want to inform the House and the Minister probably that most of these COVID vehicles that were distributed to the districts were withdrawn. And yet we still have some cases which needs to be monitored at the health centers, at the hospitals. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, that there is these tendencies at the hospital where they switch off power and they say they don't have enough funds to pay electricity bills. And this is affecting hospitals, especially my hospital in Anaka. They switch off powers and they say they don't have enough fund to pay the bills. And yet we are supposed to use some of these cylinders and these machines that requires powers. I beg to submit.
Honorable colleagues, on that one, Minister for Finance, we made a proposal the other day because MDAs receive money for utilities and divert it. This is the money they reallocate internally because they know if it's a hospital and you cut off power, our outcry, the outcry will be there. And if you cut off water, and then even when they are given money to prioritize during budgeting, they under budget sometimes. So one of the solutions we talked about, Honourable Minister, is deducting this money at source for utilities. Yeah, you deduct it at source, right away you pay the utility companies, and then these people stop complaining. Barrack says, everyone. Because we budget here money, and then you hear barracks, you hear Murago, you hear who, So let's go, Honorable Byanyima.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Me, I think I'm very different. COVID came, and we were able to handle it through the Minister of Health and His Excellency the President. It's no longer a threat to us. I can tell you, Minister of Health has become a bottomless pit. People are misusing the money because who can be vaccinated now? The issue at stake is even cancer. People are dying of cancer. People are being rushed to Nairobi, have a PET scan, and malaria. Plus even the border borders which are killing people, 12 people a day. But I think the Minister of Health has not yet done her homework to know what's happening in our constituencies. Because that's where things start from. I would want to see the health centers with facilities. They don't. Instead, we have reported the press people who are saying, I have health center, 10 of them when they are not there. You find money goes to people who are not there. That would be the work of Minister of Health. Don't come here to bring a statement, a flower statement, and you think some of us will accept it. No, enough is enough. When you talk of COVID, ask these members of parliament. They are our agents, they are disciples all over the country. They can tell you what is killing people. Is it COVID? What the people contributed, you ate it. It disappeared. They disappeared, everything disappeared. But you come here and, gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, let's have a touch of reality. It's no longer a story to tell here. Let's be realistic and tell people that money.
Now, Honourable Minister, you will respond. Yeah. Honorable Minister, I will respond. Kanungu Tinge.
Thank you.
No, Kanungu Tinge Bundibujo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for the statement, but FDA advisor have advised that COVID boosters and these COVID shots are not safe for young people. Me personally, I got COVID 3 times after taking COVID vaccines. Honorable Minister, you are here telling us that people should keep vaccinating. When you look at how much people get, when you look at how people are getting cold or flu, what we call flu, I think you should be encouraging people to get, or you should be looking for flu vaccines so that we don't get these flus. And when you listen to radio announcements and you see how many people we are burying every day in our villages, we should make research to see if these COVID vaccines are contributing to our people's death. Thank you, Your Right Honorable Speaker.
Tinge.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to also thank the Minister for the presentation.
Order, Honorable colleagues.
Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the Minister for her presentation. Right Honorable Speaker, there are areas, like for us in Sebei sub-region, we have Kapchora Hospital, but it cannot even handle a COVID patient. So during when the minister was presenting on her report, she has not put on those districts, those district hospitals that cannot handle COVID patients, that don't have ambulances. Right Honorable Speaker, during that time, for us in Sebei sub-region, we suffered a lot when COVID was at hyper. So we want to know from the minister, what plan does she have for those districts? Secondly, Right Honorable Minister, Right Honorable Speaker, we appropriated money as Parliament for our COVID vaccines through Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. I want to ascertain from the minister whether she been checking from Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation how far they have gone with our vaccines. Because we cannot just keep on giving money. They say they want money. We cannot give money forever, Right Honorable Speaker. We want Minister for Science, Technology to brief Minister of Health, or if the Minister of Health has something, we need to know today. I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Minister, thank you for the statement. But I want to inform you that the awareness you are talking of, I think it is in Kampala or at the ministry alone. In our constituencies, the awareness stopped long time ago. We no longer hear those messages concerning COVID. It's like COVID ended in the whole country. So if you are telling us that we have to continue with the awareness, you better work with other stakeholders in our constituencies and in all the regions to make sure it continues. As a country, we shall be very relieved, Right Honorable Speaker, if we are manufacturing our own vaccines like other colleagues have contributed. In terms of quality, quantity, and the cost, Right Honorable Speaker, there are videos circulating by one Muzungu that by all those people who are vaccinated by 2030 are going to die. And this is so scaring, including us, Honorable Minister. We are scared of this information. You have not come out clearly to refute the information. Really, we don't know how it is being saturated. Another thing, Honorable Minister, Honorable Connie has raised a very important issue. I almost lost my mother, whom I brought here at Parliament.
Now, hysterical because someone has said you're going to die by 2030. Point of order.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. A statement of such magnitude is huge. This is the August House and the whole country is watching. For a honorable colleague to stand up and state
quoting a Muzungu who is not known, that she said, here says that I heard a Muzungu say that by 2030, everyone who is vaccinated shall be dead. It's a huge scare statement that comes from a national leader. I can tell you, do not take these statements as a joke. We stand here to represent our people, and we are national leaders. There may be rumors that are unconfirmed, but for us, basing on hearsay in the August House, to put those rumors on the floor of Parliament can lead people to committing suicide because they are scared of the unknown. Right, Honorable Speaker, the point of order I would like to put is as to whether my colleague is in order to base on allegations and hearsays to state that everyone that is vaccinated might die by 2030. So, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
We request your ruling because really, I think.
Thank you. Now, number one, all of you should go and make and work on a will, each one of you, because each one of us shall die. But, honorable colleagues, you know, Parliament is a platform on which statements that are made are taken extremely seriously. So, statements that are not backed up by credible research and acceptable and approved research, they do scare. I don't think the member's intention was really to scare. She wanted to get a clarification, but such a statement can cause unnecessary anxiety. And so Honorable, you could do better. You can withdraw that part.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity once again. As I withdraw the statement that by 2030, people may die, those who are vaccinated. I was also seeking clarification from the minister, whether she had read it on social media like all of us, most of us have read it, so that she can clear the air. She can explain to this nation.
Thank you.
Yeah. And lastly, Right Honorable
Honorable, your time was already up. Thank you. Now, Honorable Adiomuns, there is information you had wanted to give to the House.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me briefly to just give this information. As a professional medical doctor, that there is a rigorous process through which scientists go through to arrive at a vaccine which is accepted. And the process usually involves the preclinical trials where a candidate vaccine is tried on animal models to test for safety and efficacy. And once it passes, then it goes to the second stage of clinical trials, where the vaccine is tested on human beings. And usually there are 3 phases: phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And the phases are distinguished by the number of people who are tested and subject to this vaccine. So they look at safety, they look at the efficacy and the cost. I just wanted to assure the honorable members that these COVID vaccines which we are using went through all those processes. Yes, just hold on. Just hold on. And once they have passed through these stages.
Order, Honorable Kotogo.
Mr. Speaker, we have had a lot of information about COVID. And you know, when at the advent of COVID, they fast-tracked the production, the analysis, and they did not follow the normal procedure and time that is required. Because of the urgency of the matter, they had to fast-track. And this vaccine did not go through the normal procedure. That is very clear.
Now,
is it in order? Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the minister who has clear information about COVID to mislead the parliament that the vaccine went through all the necessary procedures, yet is informed that the vaccine was fast-tracked? Is it in order to mislead parliament?
Thank you. Now, Honorable Yomus, I have to rule. It's a point of order. Now, honorable colleagues, the ritual I know is that a vaccine must meet certain standards, especially to do with safety. Now, the process, depending on the emergency, can either be fast-tracked, it can be fast-tracked, or it can go in a slow, normal procedure. But what is important is safety standard. Professor Mshemeza is here. There is, for example, in promotion in academics, is what we call accelerated promotion. Okay? But there's also what they call normal track, fast track and normal track. But in the end, you must at the end meet the requirements of a professor. If you are to be a professor, whether you are fast track or even some of you, by the way, even in marriage, the normal procedure of courting should be around 5 years. But some of you, you fast track in 3 months your wedding, someone you just met. Okay? What is important is you went church and go to it. So I believe what is important is what we follow as a country is a vaccine to use to vaccinate our people must meet WHO standards. So if they meet WHO standards, yeah. But also what Honorable Felix Okotogong is raising is a point of concern in the general community. Some who are fearing taking the vaccines and all of that, saying, look, you rushed, you did what? But in the end, personally, I took 3, and I have a relative who was found with COVID. So we did extensive tests, and we were told, I don't know how true, that if it wasn't for the vaccine, that relative had gotten, that COVID would have taken him. So us who are for humanities, we leave the scientists to read us on this. We leave science to prevail.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Honorable Felix, for raising your fears. Right, Honorable Speaker, if I can explain the so-called fast tracking, that when COVID was discovered in Wuhan, in China, the scientists extracted the genome, the genetic material, and shared it virtually in the scientific community. And that helped the process of making the vaccine faster. And it is not true that the process jumped any step. Rather, what helped was the supercomputing techniques because of technology which is available, different from the past processes where technology wasn't advanced. And also, because the researchers had been doing a lot of work on HIV/AIDS, they used techniques like on messenger RNA vaccine to use that past experience to fast track. So it is not true that the fast tracking was to jump any credible step. I told you I'm speaking as a scientist. And all of this research, the studies, the clinical trials, all of them are published and are peer reviewed. Some of us participate in reviews of some of these studies.
And you can give him copies.
Absolutely. and the equivalent of NDA, National Drugs Authority of Uganda. Like in the US, we have the FDA. In the Europe, we have European Medicines Agency. They go through all these processes and make recommendations to WHO, which approved. All these things are documented. So, Honorable Felix, just be comforted. That's why even us doctors accepted to be vaccinated using this vaccine. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, is that there are people in the world who are against vaccination, whether it's for polio or for hepatitis, for anything. And they saturate a lot of false information, especially through social media. So be careful what your source of information is. So it is not true that by 2030 or 2040, people will die. That's just falsehoods, which are spread through social media that scare people. We are very confident that the vaccines against COVID are okay, they are safe, and the Ugandans and all over the world, we should embrace. And that's why the COVID infection rates have come down, because through vaccination, there was immunity, herd immunity developed across the world. But WHO has now downgraded the COVID from being a disease of public health emergency, but doesn't mean it has been completely eliminated, because it is still saturating. Like the minister said, the virus still undergoes changes, mutations. So we just have to be extra careful until that time when WHO has declared the world COVID-free. So I thought I would give this information for the benefit of the members.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Minister for Health. You don't need it to answer one by one. So just 5 minutes, we are done.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to appreciate the honorable members for their questions, and first clearly state that this statement was a directive from this August House. So the member who was complaining that I brought a statement should have heard the beginning of my statement when I even quoted the date when this August House demanded for this report. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of the vaccine, which has come out from many members, I request that this August House requests the Minister for Science to make a statement, because the research is under the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation and not Ministry of Health. In regards to how we get these statistics, Right Honorable, there are two ongoing activities that I would like to bring to the attention of this August House. One is what we call sentinel surveillance, which is carried out in all hospitals. It is ongoing as a routine. Anybody who comes with an upper respiratory tract infection, we take samples, because we want to be cognizant of what is going on, whether it is just any other coronavirus, because there are many types, or it is COVID-19. And then we do what we call periodic tests. The DHOs carry out rapid tests on people coming, and we collect the statistics. But we also encourage any person who has cough, flu, and symptoms of respiratory tract infection to go for testing. That is why testing has been decentralized up to the lower levels. So we have statistics on what is happening on a routine basis. Right Honorable, there was a request on vaccination of elderly people, and I clearly said in my statement that we have decentralized vaccines up to the lowest level, including health center tools that have refrigerators. These vaccines are widely available. Please take your people to get vaccinated. I want to respond on the issue of whether the testing is political and why we test on occasions. Right Honorable Speaker, in my statement, I clearly stated what WHO has recommended in regards to crowds, number one, and what our national task force also recommended in regards to crowds. Because when we gather together, We don't know who is carrying the virus and who is not. And some people even come when they are coughing. So it is advisable to test, even advisable to put on masks. So there is nothing like political testing here. We are just being cautious and ensuring that we protect ourselves. Right Honorable Speaker, I will no longer talk about the safety of vaccines and pharmacovigilance. I think that was well explained by yourself. Thank you very much. And also by Honorable Chris. But let me talk a little bit about the anti-vaxxers. They are not only talking about COVID vaccines, but on all vaccines. Even before we have introduced the malaria vaccine in the country, I've already seen a lot of information from anti-vaxxers, which is not healthy. Whenever you see any information on social media, please go to research, published research, and verify. Rather than running with your WhatsApp messages and whatever, and you take it as gospel truth. This is circulating all over the world. But there are many other countries that vaccinated their populations much more than Uganda. There are people at 100%. Are they dead? They are alive. And they are still reporting cases of COVID. So let's be very careful about running with social media information. And Right Honorable Speaker, there is one particular person that, a former candidate, that is a very big anti-vaxxer in this country. Really, I don't know how we can reach out to him to stop discouraging our people. One of the reasons why our child mortality rate, infant mortality rate has gone down, and you also from our recently released Uganda Demographic Health Survey, is because of vaccines. We need to take that very seriously. We've made good progress. In spite of having COVID, the health sector scored extremely very well in all our statistics. And perhaps you will give me time to come and share the statistics with members so that they get to know where we are in regards to health. Right Honorable Speaker, there were many researchers during the COVID-19 period, but none of them has carried out a clinical research, a proper, acceptable clinical research on the items that they discovered. So I cannot confidently stand up as a scientist and speak about that unless they have finished their clinical trials and published. That's when I can refer to it.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Two honorable colleagues raised two matters about readiness, because I think there is less appetite.
You can take a seat.
There is less appetite for this House to continue in funding for vaccines by honorable members. Now, we definitely approve of the gains that this country achieved during the COVID pandemic, and the role you did, including His Excellency the President and yourselves and the Ministry of Health. No one is downplaying that. And even the contribution of the Ugandan community in general, from those that privately contributed, etc. But COVID-related matter, one of our honorable colleagues talked about the vehicles that were withdrawn. Now we are talking about readiness, the COVID response vehicles that were sent to different districts. Secondly, for me, about awareness, and maybe the stats and data would need from you. In your conclusion, you talked about the report from the World Health Organization talking about the issue of preparation for other epidemics or any other outbreaks to come. Can you categorically tell this nation how many high dependence unit beds we have and ICU beds that we have, and mainly in government facilities like the Honorable from Fort Portal indicated, and the status of their performance at the moment? Reason is one of the problems we found out during COVID is that people had to sell their property in order to have their loved ones being attended to in ICUs that were private. And now, if there is still COVID, admission rates will continue to go up, maybe not at the same stage like the others, but we also have other ailments. So how many hospital beds offer ICU facilities in government hospitals where we expect them to be free? Secondly, in diagnosis, can you tell us about the availability of CT scan facilities in this country? Because every single person that runs to hospitals and they suspect chest pains or tumors or whatsoever are sent to produce results for CT scans. I've seen people moving from Fort Portal to come to Kampala looking for imaging center for CT scans, I'm telling you. And until you tell this country and the entire country how many facilities in public hospitals have CT scans and the cost of each CT scan and MRIs, because this is one of the hugest costs that cannot be that our people cannot afford. Do public hospitals charge money for CT scans? Do they charge money for MRIs? And can we continue to say that we provide free health services for our people?
Right, Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank Honorable Nsereko for his question, which I was going to answer anyway, because it had already been asked. But since he wants it urgently, let me respond to him. Right, Honorable Speaker, His Excellency, the President mobilized resources and procured pickup vehicles for all districts, all hospitals, all municipalities, all cities. None of these pickups have been withdrawn. None has been withdrawn. To the contrary, Right Honorable Speaker, many districts have misused the pickups. Some of them have been written off. Some of them are being used for whatever they want. Some of them have been taken up by politicians. We have not withdrawn any, but we have noted the misuse. Right Honorable Speaker, the government of Uganda procured oxygen plants.
No, Honorable Minister, you have noted the misuse.
Yes.
What are you doing about it?
We have been following up, engaging the cows, removing them from politicians, giving them back to the district health officers. But even then, it is difficult. They don't do the right job. I was talking about the oxygen plants. Right Honorable Speaker, high capacity PSA plants were procured for all specialized and regional hospitals. Some are already within the country being installed. Some are yet to come. There is only one challenge. The power that is connected to the facilities cannot run them. The Ministry of Energy is aware. They need a 3-phase. All the hospitals are connected to 1 phase. The Ministry of Energy committed to address that issue. So far, 5 have already been installed.
No, Minister.
Others are undergoing installments, others are coming.
A regional referral hospital?
Yes.
Is connected to a single phase?
Yes, Right Honorable.
Wow.
And Right Honorable, as I'm still on that issue, let me finish.
No,
I am again going to talk about the ICU units. Each hospital received 10 ICU units. All 16 regional referrals received 10 ICU units. Some did not have space adequate. And I want to thank this August House for providing resources. We have been putting up ICU units in these regional referrals to accommodate the ICU units. But again, there is a challenge of power to run them. Similar to the CT scans, all the regional referrals received except 2, Kayunga and Yumbe. The power is a challenge and radiologists are a challenge, which is known. Now, to address the issue of radiologists.
No, I told the minister to conclude. No more clarifications.
To address the issue of radiologists, government directed that we revise the structures as we wait for money for recruitment. The structures were revised, approved by Public Service, and taken on record by Ministry of Finance. As soon as money is available, we shall recruit. You are even having power challenges here, Honorable Nsereko. Right, Honorable Speaker, allow me to talk about the post-COVID effects. My sister said that all the elderly men and women in her village died. And I was wondering why others in other villages have not died. But perhaps she made an observation. But Right Honorable Speaker, let me inform this august House that there is what we call long COVID, which I alluded to in my statement. It is a post-COVID effect. Once you get COVID and severe COVID, the effect continues for a while. And if you don't continuously go for medical checkup, we are losing people due to long COVID. And that is why I said we have revised our guidelines to ensure that all those who got severe COVID routinely go back for medical checkup. We check the capacity of their lungs and ensure that they are doing well. In regards to the vaccines, Honorable who wondered why we bought vaccines, spent a lot of money. The majority of the vaccines we received in the country were donations. But yes, we also bought some. However, you cannot force people to get vaccinated. We only counsel them, and we are continuing to do that. Right, Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate the honorable members for their concern, but again, to clearly state that health is wealth. I continue to appeal to all of you to support us. We need power. And as I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, my humble appeal is that our health facilities should be connected to the industrial lines. If we continue to pay at the rate at which social services are being charged, we cannot afford. The money that finance gives can only pay for half the power, not the entire power. We need to go on the industrial line, or they need to exempt us from paying for power. I thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, you've heard, we have white elephants. We have ICU beds and facilities which are not functional because there is no power. Okay? All these CT scans, no power. Call an interministerial meeting. Minister of Health, Minister of Energy, Minister of Finance. A transformer for 3-phase just to run, you know. I know even many homes which have this 3-phase. You know. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, do this in 30 days, update the House. And with the view of addressing it. Because really, why do you spend billions and then you refuse to spend a few millions to activate? Okay, so let's have a match. I thought we could have a turnkey installation with power, with everything. So Prime Minister, kindly in 30 days, please, and crack. I don't want this to go beyond 30 days. Okay, I don't want this to go beyond 30 days. Yeah. Next.
Item 3.2, statement on the implementation of the physical planning act by local governments.
Minister for Lands. As Minister for Lands is preparing herself, just Minister for Lands, 1 minute, 1 minute. Yesterday, Minister for Health, we talked about the issue of the insurance bill. Do you have any update for the House?
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you. The bill is ready for presentation to Cabinet. Right Honorable Speaker, I thought I would have a one-on-one with His Excellency the President before I bring the bill here for laying on the table. So I'm waiting for him to set a date when I can have a one-on-one with him on 1 or 2 contentious issues. I thank you. But it is ready. It has, we are done with the Attorney General and all his teams. It is ready for laying on the table.
Thank you. We are waiting, Honorable Minister. Minister for Lands. Minister for Lands.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. This is a statement on the implementation of the Physical Planning Act by local governments. Government of Uganda is committed to ensuring orderly and sustainable organized urban and rural development as part of its national agenda. It has been observed world over that urban areas are the engines of growth. This is also true for Uganda, where over 70% of GDP is generated from urban areas. Currently, Uganda has 1 capital city, 10 secondary cities, 31 municipalities, and 585 town councils. Many of these are planned, but unfortunately, many more are not. This situation is aggravated by low levels of compliance to physical plans, even where they are. This has impacted the country's growth negatively. This statement presents a brief status report on the implementation of the Physical Planning Act, the principal law on physical planning in Uganda, and offers an explanation for observed inadequacies plus recommendations for improvement. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, physical planning in Uganda is rooted in the Constitution under Article 242 of the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which states government may, under laws made by Parliament and policies made from time to time, regulate the use of land. Land use in Uganda was regulated by the Town and Country Planning Act of 1951. As a result of the evolving and competing demands on land use, the Physical Planning Act 2010 was enacted to address the emerging issues, replacing the Town and Country Planning Act. The Physical Planning Act of 2010 was subsequently amended in 2020 to address the gaps in the institutional arrangements and compliance to physical development plans, among others. The Physical Planning Act, in compliance with the decentralization policy, devolved physical planning at the district level and below to the respective local governments. The Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, however, provides technical leadership, with the National Physical Planning Board provides the oversight role. We are looking at now the implementation status of the physical planning. Of course, institutional framework, Right Honorable Speaker and members, the ministry plays an oversight role, policy formulation, guidelines, and capacity building. The National Physical Planning Board as the highest body responsible for fiscal planning in Uganda was established to provide the much needed strategic oversight, guidance, coordination, and approval of physical development plans. Physical planning committees have been established at the district, urban, city, municipalities, and town councils plus sub-county levels to guide the physical planning function in the local government levels. We have a number of regulations and guidelines, Right Honorable Speaker. Development of the physical planning regulations to guide the implementation of the Physical Planning Act 2010 as amended. Then guidelines for preparation and implementation of the physical development plans are also in place. We have also physical planning conditions for location of fuel stations, regulations in place, national physical planning standards and guidelines are ongoing. Enactment of the Physical Planners Registration Act 2022 was also done, and we are now in the process of looking at the regulations. The Permanent Secretary requested the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and the National Planning Authority to ensure that all infrastructure developments by MDAs with a spatial component comply with the physical planning. Right Honorable Speaker, the ministry with the support from World Bank, that is SEDEP, prepared the first National Physical Development Plan and Cabinet approved it in November last year. Regional plans have also been prepared for the Albertine region and the Northern Uganda Economic Corridor. Districts of Wakiso, Moroto, Noya, Chikube, Kabarole, Bududa, Bunyangabu, Nakaseke, and Budaka have physical development plans. There are a number of physical development plans still under preparations, which include the Bwebaja Physical Development Plan, the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area Physical Development Plan, and the Jinja Kampala and PG Infrastructure Corridor Plan. A number of urban councils have prepared physical development plans, and it is noteworthy that many of these have attained high levels of implementation. They include Gulu, Arua cities, Padel, Kagadi, Bulisa town councils, among others. The table below summarizes the status of physical development plans in the country, and the details of the specific local government are also attached as Annex 1. We have one national physical development plan, then regional, we have so far 2, then districts. Out of the 135, we have 9 that have complied. Cities, out of the 3, we have 11. Out of the 11, we have 3. Then municipalities, out of the 31, we have 17. Sub-counties, out of the 1,488, we have 198. Then town councils, we have 47 out of 585. Challenges. While government has made an effort to support fiscal planning in the country, a lot still remains undone. The number of planned local governments above speak for themselves. Furthermore, even where fiscal development plans have been prepared, their implementation still remains a challenge. A lot of the challenges are faced in the implementation of Physical Planning Act can be attributed to the increasing land use pressures occasioned by the country's quest for economic development, high rate of population growth, and inadequacies in fiscal planning, the latter mostly attributed to inadequate funding levels and governance gaps. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the following are the specific challenges that the country has to deal with in the implementation of the Physical Planning Act. Most of the planning that should result in visible results is done at the local government level. Unfortunately, these local governments are grossly underfunded, resulting in low prioritization exhibited through low budget allocations to develop, review, and implement the physical development plans, especially at sub-county level and district level. Number two, capacity gaps, human resource, equipment, and training. Three, inadequate awareness creation on physical planning, hence low levels of appreciation of physical planning and development control. Four, ineffective coordination at central and local government levels. Five, weak enforcement mechanisms. Six, failure to formulate ordinances, that is for cities, and bylaws for municipalities and town councils to support physical planning and land use compliance. Inadequate and social economic data and information for planning purposes. Then generally low appreciation of the role of physical planning in the development agenda among many key decision makers. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, these are the recommendations. Establishment of a conditional grant for the physical planning function for all local governments. We cannot expect a planned country when we are not providing for the planning to happen. Enhance the budget for the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development to establish and operationalize the physical planning unit responsible for compliance and enforcement, monitoring of physical development plans in line with the Cabinet Directive, MINAT 237 CT 2022. Directive to ministries, agencies, and departments to seek physical planning guidance on all projects with a spatial component. Amendment of the Physical Planning Act to include more aspects of urban development. Issuance of certificates of compliance to strengthen the implementation of the physical development plans. Resources under the parish development model should also cater for preparation and implementation of parish level development plans. Local governments should prioritize recruitment of appropriate key technical officers to improve on their performance and also undertake deliberate skilling of key officials to be able to review and prepare detailed plans, EIS, and research. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now, Honorable Minister, I'm concerned because you have brought us recommendations. We do what with recommendation? Because what you should be giving us are interventions. Huh? A minister gives us, just wait. A minister gives us interventions that because all this you've recommended here is within your power as a government. So now should we adopt? Should I put a question that we adopt your recommendation? Honorable Minister, I wanted to, maybe this was a cabinet paper.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and members. Why I decided to put the recommendations, I wanted members to understand the task of physical planning and what we need to do as government. Right Honorable Speaker, we have been to your office, we have been to several offices, the budget committee, but you realize that the resources you allocate as members, you appropriate for physical planning, we cannot even do a quarter of what is required. And that's why I try to put that huge list of what is recommended to be done, but our hands are tied right from the center up to the lower local government units. So for us, Right Honorable Speaker, what we need are the resources from this house.
Thank
we
you.
need to prioritize physical planning.
Now, Honorable Minister, however much you try to repackage, this is wrong. For example, amendment of the Physical Planning Act. Have you brought it and we've refused it? It has not yet come. Directive to ministries, agencies, and departments to seek physical planning guidance. Do we need Parliament as a Minister for Lands? You direct the ministries. You have the powers. Okay. Resources under parish development model should also cater for physical preparation and implementation. These are your guidelines as cabinet. Local government should prioritize recruitment of appropriate key technical officers. This is yours as government. So, undertake deliberate skilling of key officials to be able to review and prepare. These are yours. So what we are saying, Honourable Minister, is very simple, that these are very good recommendations, but go turn them into interventions because they are within your power as government. Then for us as a Committee for Physical Infrastructure, when you're looking at issues of financing and appropriation, that's when we will come in and we see where we work together. But you see, this issue of appropriation, I would want us to change. It shouldn't start from Parliament. It should only start with you inside the government. Because in cabinet, when a budget is tabled, what do you discuss? Isn't physical planning a priority? Then we want, when we are coming here, you say, I tabled it, my colleagues in cabinet, they didn't look at it as a priority, but it's a priority. Can you intervene as Parliament? Otherwise, Parliament won't take over the planning aspect. Okay, the planning aspect of government should remain with the executive. Then for us, we come in to fill a few gaps during appropriation. We don't want to be debated up so much that we interfered with the budget. We did what? But so I will start with Honorable Oguzuri. I pick Honorable Kaberuka. I pick Honorable Cyrus. Whoever has already spoken should first sit. I request you. Yes. I'm trying to get, first of all, I pick doctor. Okay. Then I'll pick engineer. Yeah, Engineer Rook. I pick Chair Karamoja Parliamentary Group. I pick our Vice Chair for which committee? Yes. I'm going to pick a few colleagues, honorable colleagues. I need to finish this item in the next 30 minutes. Of course, the one who hosts us in the city should have a say on this matter, because I have a very big concern, Honorable Minister. Kampala is just a big slum. It's just a very huge slum. You know, it's a, you start building here, next they approve a church next to you, next to a church they approve a warehouse, next they approve a bar, next they put apartments. Now you ask yourself, where do you go? And all this approved by people we give power within the road, either accept or refuse. And that's why recently, colleagues, the Attorney General took KCC at court and he won. Now, if your whole Attorney General is going to court over poor planning, what do we do?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for your grasp of the physical planning matters. I brought this issue because I noticed government headed by the minister has failed. They have failed because they are failing to exercise oversight. For example, Section 47B of the Physical Planning Act as amended obliges the minister to issue compliance certificates to local governments, and she's here recommending to us that this needs to be done. So who is failing in their task? They are responsible people for implementation of physical planning, approved physical development plans. And these people are not doing their work. And we have people in charge, the minister is supposed to superintend over. And they have failed in doing that. And instead, they are making it as a recommendation to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it's always wrong for the executive to blame us on low resource allocation to their departments. Why? By the time the budget comes here, the budget would have been prepared on the basis of indicative planning figures issued by the Ministry of Finance. So how does Parliament always become responsible when you are the ones who make those proposals? It means the government is not speaking within itself. The people of fiscal planning are not talking to finance. Finance is not talking to the other departments. Mr. Speaker, the Fiscal Planning Act requires that the law must be implemented in collaboration with other departments and ministries. And who is the leading coordinator? It's supposed to be this ministry. But you find they are not coordinating with other ministries. So how then effective shall we implement this law? Going forward, Mr. Speaker, I really think this Parliament must exercise its oversight role on these people, and we must direct that these actions she has proposed must be taken within a period of time. I know there are things she can implement even without budget. She must.
Thank you.
And implement the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the good thing, Chairman of Committee on Physical Infrastructure is here. When he reads through these recommendations, he will know what follow up on. Honorable Kaberuka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the presentation. And Honorable Speaker, she has alluded to the fact that 70% of the local revenue comes from the urban areas, but they are mostly, the urban areas are the most confused areas. They are the ones, taking an example, Mr. Speaker, what you have mentioned, Kampala. Kampala, which is the heart of Uganda, is the most disorganized district. We have many cities that have come on board. There is no plan for the physical plan of these particular cities to be different from Kampala. That is very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am passionate on tourism. I come from a tourism area. We have Bwindi impenetrable forest, which has generated urban areas like Bwindi town or Buhoma Town Council. We have requested for a physical plan from the Ministry of Lands in vain. And Mr. Speaker, the UNESCO declared Buhoma as the world tourism destination. But as we talk, there is no specific, there is no deliberate action by the Ministry of Physical, by the ministry concerned to have it designed in a way to capture the world view. Mr. Speaker, I want to implore the minister to move faster to secure these areas that are strategic, to make sure they are planned very well. Mr. Speaker, the National Housing Corporation is a government agency that is supposed to save us from this mess, but it is all the time it is underfunded. And Mr. Speaker, I want to indulge your Speaker, I want to your indulgence on this matter. When every time we have problems, the ministers come here to pin the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Article 93 of the Constitution restricts us as a Parliament from touching any money that is, which we are not supposed to charge money. These are the people in the cabinet that sit with the constitutional Minister of Finance, with the president, to allocate money to the areas of interest. How do you come to say we don't have money and we have appropriated? We are not appropriated. Mr. Speaker, going forward, I would propose that.
Well, conclude. I've allowed you to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would propose that National Housing Corporation be empowered to address the issue of low-cost housing and to address the issue of these slum issues in these urban areas. I salute you.
Thank you. Honorable part of what the minister has told you, Parliament has powers for appropriation. Okay? Has powers for appropriation. Now, but what I didn't want was for Parliament to have originating powers, because originating powers come with a detailed planning. Okay? Then for us, we come in, that's why we cannot appropriate outside the priorities. Either funded priorities or unfunded priorities. So for us, we remain within priorities. Now, the issue is, why isn't cabinet finding it important to finance physical planning? Are we having the slums we are in? So the committee is going to take on that matter as serious as one of the matters it's going to look at. But we would urge Minister of Finance, provide money for this. And Honorable Minister, you make a stronger case for this within cabinet. No one doesn't want to live in a planned area. Okay? So, Honorable Cyrus.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Recently, we saw what happened when it rained seriously. In the Forest Mall, water was almost unlocking padlocks in the doors of shops. Yes, it happened, I'm telling you. The owner of Forest Mall comes from my constituency. He kept on writing to relevant authorities to help him with constructing a drainage channel to take away the waters. But there was no response coming from government for such a long time.
Information.
Now, Honorable Speaker.
Order. Order.
Order, Honorable Byanyima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Cyrus, take your seat.
This morning, a committee of physical infrastructure took a visit to Forest Mall to find out what happened. The owner of that building, Forest Mall, built in the in the channel, and he has been arrested by the committee today. We couldn't help it. So is it in order for Honorable to defend the man who caused the mess of his own building? I thank you.
Thank you. Now, I think I understood what Honorable Cyrus was meaning was that the owner of the mall built in the existing channel. Now he wants you to create for him another channel. He broke that channel. Now he wants the government to build for him another channel.
Honorable Speaker, I always go by your guidance. I know the house is agitated, but you know, it is not only Forest Mall which is suffering this mayhem. Number two, the owner of that place does not approve the plans. He didn't authorize himself to construct there. There were people. And therefore, I speak like a lawyer, though I'm an accountant. So it is not proper for people to keep on setting up nonsense orders, yet we are discussing on the serious issues. I have a right.
We have a point of order, Honorable Cyrus.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when we are here, whatever we say is in the interest of this country. And we must bear our interests elsewhere and serve this nation. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Cyrus, as much as the owner of Forest Mall is his voter and comes from his place, he must accept what is wrong. Right Honorable Speaker, Cyrus has just heard from Honorable Byanyima. Honorable Cyrus has just heard from Honorable Byanyima about the owner of Forest Mall. Now, Honorable Cyrus is still back on microphone to defend him that he didn't give himself the license to construct. Right Honorable Speaker, when we were there, KCCA was there, and none of them gave him a license. None of them. We were with the whole team there, and they all denied he didn't have the papers for the construction. That's why they even allowed us to arrest him. So when Honorable Cyrus comes on the microphone to begin telling the public that the person who constructed got a license as if he participated in issuing the license, is Honorable Cyrus in order to insinuate and tell the public that he participated with the KCCA to give a license to the person who illegally constructed on the channel? Is he in order?
Now, thank you. Honorable colleagues, I don't know why your minds boil over small thing. But the Honorable Cyrus is saying they boil over nothing. He said people are giving nonsense orders. In Parliament, we don't deal with nonsense. So Honorable, first go on the floor and we clear that.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Just that, then I make my ruling.
Yeah, sincerely, I withdraw that.
Thank you.
You know, sometimes we all get over our heads.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, you see, you can be privy information which a member is not privy to. Honorable Cyrus is not a member of physical infrastructure. So he has not been with you. He doesn't know what you found. He's presenting here as the genuine member of parliament, a concern raised by a Ugandan. Okay? Now, and then also, as a committee, I hope you want to bring us a report, which you have not yet completed. So to start bringing issues of the report, that's against Rule 80, which is anticipation. You haven't made recommendations and concluded everything. So I would say, just let's listen to one another. Yeah, we just listen to one another. But also you stop provoking. Yes, go on other matters.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, I'll now leave those matters, but I'll only request committees always act in time. Don't act after floods, because this is a very serious matter. Right Honorable Speaker, to me, there are people who get agitated with orders, point of order, even. But Chair, I mean,
whom are you talking to, Honorable Cyrus?
Yes. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I've left those matters alone. Let me continue with the real points. My issue is, I'm trying to request the ministry to take it in a first way to handle the issue of physical planning. For instance, one, I come from an urban constituency. Can you try to make sure that you start with the municipalities? If you can do with 10, help them move and finish, then you get the next load. Yes, and when you are starting with the municipalities, remember to start with the Kumi, because that's where I come from. That's also very important. I must speak for my constituency. Yes. Honorable Speaker, it's also very important for you to note, as the ministry, that you are the ones who bring these priorities to Parliament. And our people, because they know, I think, or they think there's nowhere they are going to eat from when it comes to physical planning, they put that under the list of unfunded priorities. It is not this house. It is the ministry officials. And they should be held culpable. Parliament is not the enforcer. Government enforces, government implements, but there's a fairly lot of action from our ministries, not only Ministry of Lands, but across the board. Supervision is kneeling on the floor. How many times has the Ministry of Lands come to Kumi municipality, for instance, on matters of physical planning? I'm not attacking the minister. I'm now talking about the entire ministry. I don't want to spoil the debate. So, Honorable Speaker, let me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. When I listen to the minister,
can I have order?
When I listen to the minister talking on the floor, and especially when the speaker interjected and said, you brought just the recommendations here. I think the faster the minister implements the recommendations, the better. Because I see the recommendations are actually really good. But everybody knows here, every city, every town, every country, the beauty comes with the planning in it. Somebody one time even joked that when you're in the plane, you don't need to be informed that you're in Uganda. When you see so-called cities or towns which are really crowded or just slums, you don't need to be informed. And the pain which comes with this lack of planning is this. One time I was in this parliament here, I was called from home by my children. A neighbor's house had caught fire. I quickly dashed to try to inform police using this roaming line here. When the fire brigade responded, they could not access the home. They stopped at a distance. They tried to extend even those pipes of theirs or nozzles or whatever it is. Could not even reach. And the house had to be consumed completely without any help. I hear the minister was trying to say something here like that the high rate of growth in population. If I may remember, I think Britain, Ghana, and Uganda are almost about the same size. But in population, they are different. But it's Britain because of the large population, really unplanned. I mean, disorganized like we are. So I think it gets back to planning. And indeed, we should plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. I had already picked the colleagues to speak. Yeah. Atia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Nabakoba Fande for this statement. Now, the question is, Fande, you know how the rules are handled, who implements them? You were a senior police officer, I used to see you on TV. Now you are here and lamenting. Can you talk to your colleagues? In 2001, I was part of the team that planned Nakaprepete district. I didn't see Nakaprepete district in the list of districts with the fiscal plan. We developed that town. To date, if you go there, churches are in one place. Residential areas are clear. The residential areas are clear. Gardens, if you go to where we call Loring Edward, Katanga up there, they are clear. It is a plan that guides what is done in every town. If we don't plan this country, we are actually planning for disaster. My brother there, Honorable, talked about the fire. Now, Honorable Minister, to you, Mr. Speaker, what is your flagship project as a Minister of Lands? What did you do with the money we gave you this year? Because every time I hear Minister of Lands, I only think about buying absentee land. Because it is good, it is easy, the low-hanging fruits there. Can you make it a plan next year that all the money you need will go to organizing the fiscal planning in this country? You told us Northern Uganda is now as a regional plan, Western Uganda as a regional.
Thank you, Dr. Kugonza.
Just finish. Karamoja does not have a fiscal land plan. And I wrote in 2008 the ministry in this parliament to ask for a regional plan for Karamoja, 2008. This is my first time here. No response. Now, Karamoja holds about 2.4 million cows in this country. We cattle keepers are the ones saving you from importing meat. We contribute 19.8% to the economy of Uganda. You have enough milk, enough meat. But we must plan, have policies to protect grazing areas. Mr. Minister, Madam Minister, we need a regional plan for Karamoja, a fiscal plan. Maybe I will go and from my office, get the other letter and attach a new one to remind the ministry about the need for a Karamoja regional fiscal plan so that people don't go to put their gardens where the cows are supposed to graze.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Emre Kugonza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the minister for the report which has prompted this debate. But I think if we have to benefit as a country, we need to take planning to the basics. Because what has been happening, we have been gazetting town councils when towns have already started developing. I think we need to come up with a mechanism, some guidelines from the ministry to guide the country, where should a town be established? Because otherwise we risk having the entire country becoming a slum. I will give you a case of my constituency, Buyanja East in Kibale district. I do not have any town council, but I have more than 70 upcoming towns that are not planned and nobody is paying attention to them. And in many of them, when you look at what has been gazetted at town councils in other areas, actually I have towns which are in excess of 10 that should have already been town councils, but there's no plan. And we have encountered a very serious challenge when we are developing infrastructure like the roads. There's no way you can pass a road. Even now with the electricity and the water, in some of these that have been gathered for piped water, we have got serious challenges where the pipe should pass. There is already a building. So the minister should actually help us to come up with guidelines. How many towns should we have in a parish? Because you find, for example, even after half a kilometer, another upcoming town, and another half a kilometer, there is another one. So, are you bribing me? No, not on the floor of Parliament. And one thing that you must know, I'm quite facilitated and empowered economically and financially. I don't need any. So, Mr. Speaker, the ministry should actually live to the expectations of the public by doing what is right. And professors.
Just conclude because you are interrupted, Donald. Switch on and conclude.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Failing to plan is planning to fail. Let us go to the basics and start from the basics to save this country so that we can have organized urban planning. And you cannot talk about modernization without urbanization. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, from the statement you've provided, if you look at the table where you've indicated where we have plans, we all know, because we can all see, that we cannot just say that we are way below average, but we are doing extremely bad. I don't even see, except for the municipalities, if you look at the districts, sub-counties and town councils, we are ranging from between 8 to 12 or about 13%. And you will agree with me that maybe within Kampala, if you're moving on the roads, you might have something to appreciate if you're moving around within the city center. But if you are up there on the air and you look at Kampala, I don't know what we have compared to what we see in other places. If you look at Kampala from up, whatever we see, it is not a capital city. I think there you will agree with me. The aerial view of Kampala. And right now, when we don't have plans for other cities, it means we are going to raise the same kind of cities looking like Kampala. I think it is the right time that you need to fast track on operationalizing the physical planning unit that is responsible for compliance and enforcement. Not just to look at the plans, but we know that in Kampala and in Uganda, we have individualism. People who are thinking about the benefits for themselves. And those are the people like my brother was talking about, who are putting big buildings in wetlands instead of thinking about the country. I implore you, I know you have what it takes. You're not there by mistake. You have the expertise to ensure that.
Nakaseke. Then followed by Engineer Rup.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the statement from the Minister. I also happen to come from a district that has planning in place. But, Honorable Minister, even where there are plans, physical plans, we need also to make a one-stop center to guide the utilization of the land use, whatever they are doing. Because whenever somebody now comes to buy, he doesn't consider about the planning. Tomorrow you will find he is erecting something that is in contravention with the physical planning. So therefore, we need, and it has not been in your recommendation or the action that you are going to put in place.
So even where there are plans, we must recommend physical planning or one-stop center. Let the surveyor be in one building. Let the government valuer, the legal services, and the titling, even the maps and surveys must be there to guide those who are going to use the land. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Engineer Rook.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I thank you for the statement. Among the challenges and the recommendations you addressed to us, you talked about finances. However, some of the things we see happening in the municipalities, in the cities, don't require finances, since we have physical planners on the ground who are paid. But we are seeing every other day, we are seeing factories coming in residential areas, bars, disco, halls. Then you find where already existing schools are. People are constructing factories near the school. I don't think whether this one requires really money, yet these people are paid and they are the people who approve the plans, they supervise, but simply because whoever comes with money, they would accept to put plans according to what the person is doing. Then we are seeing so many buildings coming up, being constructed in the roads. Later, when the government gets money, we start looking for finances again to compensate for those buildings to go away. I empower you, Honorable Minister, to look at these people who are paid, who are on the government payroll, to do their work instead of sleeping on the job. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nyaskongo, then Honorable Yeri Ofono. Then youth.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Minister for the report. I wanted a clarification from the Minister about when we talk of national physical planning, is it limited to cities and towns or to generally the country at large? Because when you look at our areas, and I want to thank the President for insisting that we should not scatter families everywhere. You find that the toilets are built in the compounds and this house is facing the other end. However, my concern is on planning for our agriculture. For instance, when you go to the region where I come from, Matoke is here, coffee is there, Rumonde is there. How can we ably guide our population in terms of utilizing the land resources that we have, in terms of growing the required plants or in those specific areas? Because when we go to other countries, you find that a country has like farms, like other plantation forests, but for us they are mixed up. You find a forest is mixed with the banana plantations. How do we guide the nation? To Right Honorable Speaker, the minister should also clarify what is the role of physical planners in districts. Why are we paying them? You've said that the implementation is by the national the board. Which board is that? National Planning Board. It's as if you are throwing everything to the National Planning Board. Who supervises those planners at different levels? They are paid when these constructions are happening. They are in offices. I've seen, for instance, one of the municipalities where I come from, Shema municipality, that the plan is completed and available. But
thank you, Honorable Yeri. Honorable Minister, how is development going on in areas with no physical plan? Because the law requires that for every construction, for every development should be planned and every district. So how is it going on? Honorable Yeri.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. I happen to represent a municipality, but it is so sad. You find that there are no plot numbers. Sometimes there's no road name. Now, if we decided to use couriers, how do they post your, how do you get the letters and so on? Because there's no plot number, the road name is not, they have not named the road. Yeah. Now, when you invite the firefighter, Where does he come? Which plot number when it's not there and so on? Yeah. So it is really miserable. It's miserable. So physical plan, you have a lot to do. How do you collect revenue when you don't know how many plots plots in such and such a road and so on? So all this planning would assist us even get more revenue. Yeah. So it is really a pity we have to do information.
Thank you very much, Honorable Apollo, for yielding to this information. He has spoken about demarcation and plotting of the areas. But Honorable Minister, I wanted to bring to your attention that people these days buy a plot, they open their own access, and they name them by themselves. So you find here, Oseku Close, or Apollo's Road, Nyak.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I was chatting with one person, a very big entrepreneur. And then he was telling me one reason even why our credit rating is low as individuals. He said, where can I get you? I said, you can even tell me your home in Uganda when we are directing homes. You say, no, when you reach on the transformer, you just, bro, there is a fennel tree, you just proceed. Then there is a house with a blue gate. You go beyond that one. Then across there is a border stage. So it says, now, then, but if you use the other route, you'll find a sharp junction. So he said, look, here I know, even when you're renting, and I say like banks ask, or sometimes when you're asking for visa, like UK, they say if you're renting, for how long have you rented at this place? Meaning they need to trace you, traceability. So if I cannot trace you, if I cannot trust you, how will I trust you with my money? Even if you say you are going to shift, but neighbors should be knowing you. So if I can't trace where you are staying, how will I trust you? How will really? It's really bothering. It's really bothering. Yeah, use. Then from you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and esteemed members. Honorable colleagues, as we all know, physical fitness is important to any lifestyle, as food is or access to healthcare. Honorable Speaker, in this country, it is very disheartening when you read all reports in the health sector, and the leading causes of death are non-communicable diseases, hypertension, diabetes. It is very disheartening, Honorable Speaker, when you move around Kampala and find a young person of 26, 28, at such an age, is beginning to battle with hypertension and diabetes. Why, Honorable Speaker? It is because we do not have recreational facilities. Nature, walking spaces, we don't have. Sometimes in Kampala, you're walking and you find a minister, a whole minister fidgeting with motor vehicles, trying to jog around a street. And you say, is this a country that has a future? Honorable Speaker, I want to implore this House and government at large that we take decisive steps in ensuring that proper planning is done.
Thank you. Honorable Mede. And after I'll pick a chance.
Thank you.
Of the disabled.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to underscore the minister's assertion of lack of resources for not implementing the Physical Planning Act. Before I came to Parliament, I was in enforcement. And one of our encumbrances was political interference. But in your docket, I know there is no political interference. My issue is we have leaders at all levels. Take the example of Kampala. How much have you synchronized the planning system with the LOC1? I'll give you an example. Just opposite the CID headquarters, a hotel has come up to the road reserve. Imagine how it is going to interfere with the traffic. Haven't the ministers been passing there? These days, technology has made work easy. We have animated softwares of what a physical plan should be. I think people have no will, have no creativity, and have no passion to work. I therefore implore the minister that you don't need a lot of money to implement this act. You just need the will and the people to work. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Joyce Sachan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue we are talking about is the implementation of the Physical Planning Act. And what I have seen, I'm seeing the Act of 2015. I don't know whether that act has since been amended. Right Honorable Speaker, the physical planning is done at the district council, and the approval is also done by the district. But when it comes to implementation, it is the technocrats who do it. And Right Honorable Speaker, that is the reason why you see buildings are mushrooming everywhere without the involvement of the leadership of the district. Right Honorable Speaker, the reason why I talked of an amendment is that I don't know whether this Physical Planning Act is in agreement with other acts like the Building Control Act. So they need to be harmonized. And the other thing, I'm also surprised to hear from the minister that the guidelines of the Physical Planning Act is not yet in place. So, Honorable Minister, we want you to come out clean. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sereko, special consideration because of Kampala, where we are. We don't see an MP from Kampala. Just 2 minutes. Really, what's going on in the city? Yeah, 2 minutes strictly.
Right Honorable Speaker, the city has taken the biggest punches from this, but allow me to commend especially Honorable Yeri of Ono. I don't know what I would give you in my life, because what you've stated is the gist of the matter. Planning starts with the basic of the address and postcode system. What the Honorable colleague stated as demarcation, because it gives the basic data of individual traceability vis-a-vis what they are going to put up physically on the ground. So when you know where I am, you know who I reside with, you know how many people are in that locality, and then you can integrate it in the digital cycle that we use in now the modern planning system, which becomes cheaper, correlating the point of Honorable Ahmed now. Because when you have, and the proposal was laid down in 2019, I've seen the draft national policy that was presented by then Minister of ICT, the Honorable Frank Tumwebas. And the issue, wherever you would go, they would tell him that your country is a big slum, because in a slum, no one is traceable. And the basic relating to your proposal, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the basic plan we should start with is traceability of individuals that are going to use land, whether in urban or rural areas, like the Honorable Nyachikongoro was alluding to, so that we can talk about exhaustively land use in a country, whether it's for rural purposes, whether it's for commercial, whether it is industrial, whether it's for schools, whether it's for health.
Please conclude, Honorable, conclude.
Okay, whether it's for livestock like the Honorable talked about. But what you see is a big jumble of what we are talking about. The problem is endemic. Even if we transplant it into the city, basically, before 1962 or after, but pre-colonial eras, every area was plotted and every area had an address. That's why you have plot number 1, Kampala Road. After the introduction of the postcode system for mailing, whether it's for business, whether it's for the Uganda Revenue Authority to tax you, it should know where you are. Whether it's for banking facilities or insurance or fire services, etc., traceability. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, there is huge growth of urban areas. There is more urbanization, suburbanization, and reurbanization in areas that were ordinarily abandoned. Now, what should we plan for? As population increases, there is, of course, a strain on health services. But also, we should look at the issue of what we could call pro bono real estate dealers. Everyone comes up with an estate, demarcates, makes roads, and gives out plot numbers. Fine. How will we address that? For example, on a square mile, if you use 100 by 50, and you say that on every plot, there will be people, about 10 people residing or 5 on a plot, you've created a community of 30,000 people. Sewage, garbage disposal, landfill. There is only one landfill and waste disposal unit in the entire Kampala metropolitan. That services, the so-called Chitezi services Kampala, Wakiso, Mukono. And now it's filled up. It's only about 12 hectares also. So,
thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Chair, Physical Planning Committee, what are you doing about these issues?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Most of the issues as highlighted by members, but Honorable Speaker, before we go to the issue of the availability of funds and resources, there is one issue that we must address as a country. And this issue is about mentality, but also corruption. Honorable Speaker, for example, Kampala, the Kampala we are discussing, the current practice, I will tell you, Honorable Speaker, is that when people apply for plans, the Physical Planning Department will not, they neither deny nor allow. What happens? They give money under the table and they are allowed to construct at night. Actually, they were planning to do a survey per division and highlight 50 buildings that have been built without plan on the watch of physical planners. Those that are even more shaming, Honorable Speaker, are the buildings that are less than 2 kilometers from the physical planners' offices. Now, Honorable Speaker, resources and its non-availability granted, but we must address the issue of corruption and criminalizing the people that embrace. Because even if we say the garden is supposed to be here and the toilet there, if people are still behaving the way they are behaving, Honorable Speaker, we shall come back here to discuss the same thing. Now, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, this is putting a very high cost on the national economy. How?
Chair, conclude.
Because of our poor planning, you find an institution X is constructing a road. And the cost that goes into relocation of utilities alone, because of the poor planning, constructs 4 to 3 roads. That's why you see we are grappling with the issue of an average cost of a kilometer to be between 8 to 14 billion, not comparable. And this is a single carriage. One car going, another one coming with drainage. Not compared to any in the region. But when you dive deep into the matter, they will tell you, we didn't know there were utilities here. But if there was proper planning, if physical planners were giving permits, if we were anticipating 20, 30 years, maybe we could have avoided what we are seeing. So I would encourage Parliament, first of all, Return Speaker, through you, that we do everything possible to avoid these people money so that we do away with the excuse. And then we come back here also and hold them accountable on a firm ground. Thank you very much, Return.
Thank you. The minister has made very good recommendations. I think Parliament should adopt them. And then we ask her an action taken report on the recommendations she proposed. But Honourable Minister, no, a member will have to move that, not the speaker. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, honorable colleagues, and Right Honorable Speaker, for those comments. The responses are too many.
You don't need to answer
but
everything,
I'm
some
going
way
to
observation.
try and see how I can respond to the questions by members. Right Honorable Speaker, like I earlier said, that the work of the ministry is policy and strategic guidance. According to the law, which you amended as Parliament 2020, most of the work is supposed to be done by the local governments. And I would request, after my response, the Minister for Local Government is given 1 or 2 minutes to respond on how far they have gone. On our part, as a ministry, you have helped us to amend that law, but you also helped us to have the Physical Planners Registration Act. It is now a requirement that each local government must have a registered professional physical planner, which used not to be the case. And we believe that with that law, which you passed last financial year, it will help us to approach the people who have not been doing their work or who are not qualified to be real physical planners, because that's where the problems begin from. And we also want to tell you that the National Physical Development Plan, the first of its kind, which we presented to Cabinet and it was approved, it is going to help us on zoning and spatial planning. Before, we used not to have a National Physical Development Plan. And with that, we expect now to go at the regional level and
Switch on, Honorable Minister.
The town councils, municipalities, and urban centers, including parishes, because the law you amended declared the entire country a planning area, much as the emphasis is now on municipalities and cities, but each area within Uganda is supposed to be a planning area. And that cannot be done at only the ministry level, but the local governments have to be very active in seeing that realized. In the ministry, when we realized that there was a gap, because we have the law and we have some policies and regulations, but on identifying the gaps, we recommended that Cabinet should allow us to create an enforcement unit, enforcement and compliance. Because we would do laws, we do regulations, we do guidelines like the ones we have on fuel stations, but you realize that still the local governments that are supposed to oversee the implementation are doing things to the contrary. Honorable colleagues and Right Honorable Speaker, for any activity to take place in any community, there are units or committees at the district which are supposed to see the implementation. And these units are replicated even up to the sub-county level. We have what we call a physical planning committee, which has a physical planner. The cow is supposed to be the chair. There is somebody who's responsible for building, then an engineer, then an environmental officer, and also a land officer. They are supposed to work together, sit in a committee, harmonize, and at the end of the day come out with a report that can guide on building or planning of a specific area. But when you go on ground, that's why you are raising complaints, that you realize that plans are there, technical officers are in offices, but still things are being done to the contrary. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a honorable member who talked about the urban areas being not planned well. The cities, that we have the cities, but you realize few cities have actually approved the plan. What I want to tell this House is that the plans that cities could be having, these plans expire. They make plans that can cover between 10 to 15 or 25 years, depending on how they sit to agree amongst a local government unit. So some of the plans could have been there, but because of the events, it has expired or it is about to expire. Now we are looking at making those plans realistic and also to cover a number of years for that particular area. Even some of the regions, Honorable was talking about Karamoja. Our technical teams went to Karamoja when they were doing an evaluation of the entire country, and they realized that Karamoja is one of the great areas that if planned properly and the plan being followed by the people who are supposed to implement that plan, it would be one of the best areas in Uganda. And we are not keeping quiet about it. We are looking at planning the entire Karamoja region because we know that it is an area that we can look up to as an area that was planned and the plans being followed. For Kampala, it is a little bit difficult because the disorganization has been on for some years. We cannot say that it is work that can be done in an overnight. What we are trying to do is damage control to see how can we stop further escalation of poor planning in Kampala. And Kampala metropolitan area, the minister and her executive, they are responsible for the planning. We only come in to guide on them. And because of that, in our National Fiscal Development Plan, what we decided to do was now to see that government focuses on the regional cities or secondary cities, because we believe that once the secondary cities get the services that are in Kampala, definitely decongestion will happen automatically because growth will be created in the regional cities that are set up, and we shall have balanced but also planned developments in the regional cities. So we are looking and we are going to put more emphasis on the regional cities because we are looking at it as a way of decongesting the Kampala metropolitan area, but also having an opportunity because for them they are new and you realize that they still have space that can be properly planned to guide the entire development in those
Conclude, Honorable
areas.
Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we just pledge that during the budgeting, we shall always prioritize. We did prioritization and we engaged all the different stakeholders that are supposed to help us. We engaged the speaker, we engaged the deputy speaker, we engaged the parliamentary committees, but our requests were not prioritized because we realized that the funding was not enough for physical planning across the board from the ministry up to the local governments. But we hope that in the course of discussing these matters, we are going to make a plan, which plan we are going to present to cabinet, and after cabinet, then we shall come over to this house and ensure that
Honorable, conclude.
And ensure that what we require as in implementing the physical development plans is given the priority which is required. I want to thank you once again for all the guidance and the information given to me. We have been taking notes and we shall come back to the tourism areas are part of the National Physical Development Plan. Even the agricultural zoning are part of the National Physical Development Plan. Even the infrastructure development, we are supposed to work with the respective ministries to have their input on how we can make those areas specifically zoned to ensure that the services which is supposed to be done in that area is done according to the plan. and this is work in progress. I've told you that the plan was approved last November, and here we are trying to see the implementation strategy. How are we moving now forward, having gotten that first plan of the country? Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Local Government, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Members, I'll zero on a few points since we are time barred. How far has the Ministry of Local Government gone into emphasizing the fiscal planning and abiding to the rules related to construction, protection of the nature, and all that? Right Honorable Speaker, planning starts at every level. So every local government is supposed to have a plan. And that is the reason when we had abolished the DDEG fund, District Development Equalization Grant, we argued our hearts here in Parliament and you restored it. So they're getting it, and we guide them to begin by making plans. Number two, on illegal constructions, we zeroed on the most dangerous constructions, and those are the petrol stations. Members, you will agree that even in your constituencies, there are illegal construction of petrol stations, and the Ministry of Local Government came out with a circular stopping construction of petrol stations, and we referred the matter to the supervisory body, that is the Fiscal Planning Authority. So when you see any illegal petrol station, run to the Fiscal Planning Authority. Just a minute. We have done our work. Then thirdly, Right Honorable Speaker, thirdly, as Minister of Local Government, we have observed that we, including you, are the most destroyers of nature in our regions. I was driving via Mbarara and I saw how River Ruiz is.
Switch on, Honorable Minister, and conclude, please.
So we compel everyone to put in our hands, not to keep pointing fingers. When we do our oversight and we come along such a things, we should compel the district authority, the city authority, the municipality authority to exercise their powers and stop destruction. I want to give you wisdom. I want to give you some wisdom.
Procedure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Local Government has said that they issued a letter, a circular halting the construction of petrol stations. Mr. Speaker, I thought the minister would have said, the circular would be addressing the problem, because we need the petrol stations, but well arranged, well designed, because we need them. So if you hold the petrol stations, where do you want them to be? And why don't you guide how to establish these petrol stations other than stopping them? Are you abolishing them? And don't we, Mr. Speaker, the procedure is, are we no longer in need of petrol stations, or we need petrol stations that are well designed, well planned?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it would have been more a point of clarification than a point of procedure. Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
So, Honorable Minister, can you clarify on that?
Right Honorable Speaker, members, the circular is not a one-sentence circular. It's lengthy and explaining where you can consult so that the petrol station is put in a proper place. It was just halting as you consult. I would wish to.
Thank you, Honorable colleagues. This is done. We are closing it here because the minister is causing more trouble than helping me solve problems. No, but the time I've given you, you've gone into things which are so, you know.
Just a sentence. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg for this. Members, let's share this wisdom. I want to share with you how Fort Portal City has overcome some of these challenges. By creating innovations, we are recycling the rubbish and getting manure, and manure is giving us a lot of money. Secondly, we are recycling the plastics. In the interest of time, I beg to stop here.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
I promise, Right Honorable Speaker, may I request that I make a statement with some guidelines on how we can overcome some of these challenges.
No,
if you so.
the Committee for Physical Infrastructure should take up this matter seriously, especially as we are going into budgeting. It should be one of the assignments you look at, which will inform you. You don't need to bring here a report. You do a comprehensive engagement, and then it informs your decision for proposals during budgeting, especially when you're processing the BFP. Okay, thank you. Motion? The motion for?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, having listened to the minister's submission and recommendations of various members of Parliament on this particular matter, I would like to move that the House adopts those recommendations and any other suggestions that have been made with amendments. I beg to move.
Now, thank you. Now, I think we can, honorable colleagues, motions without notes are provided for under Rule 59. Okay. Specifically 1K, which gives the Speaker a prerogative, because we have all motions listed which can be moved without notice. But then under 1K, the Speaker has a prerogative of weighing and saying, I believe this one should come, even if it's not among the listed. But then under 59.2 is a very clear procedure. So I've helped you by bringing out the rule, because the procedure is, and the weight is stated, is properly captured under 59.2. So I believe these are interesting recommendations. And since they've come from the minister, they should be very easy for her to implement. Okay? So I'll put the question on the motion so that we can just because I need it first, get it properly. Okay, we need to know to state it properly. If the member could get a copy of the statement, maybe it would help him so that it's well captured for the records.
Mr. Speaker, the minister was required to make a presentation, a statement on the extent to which local governments are complying with the Physical Planning Act. And having listened to the minister's submissions and recommendations herein by the members, I would like to move that the recommendations and report or statement of the minister, including,
let's focus on the recommendation.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Speaker,
yes.
I move that the recommendations of the minister and that of the members made in relation to the statement of the Honorable Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development on the implementation of the National Physical Planning Act 2010 as amended by local governments be adopted by this House with amendments. I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Is the motion seconded? Yes. Seconded by Minister for Lands, Pastor Namuganza. Seconded by Minister for Local Government. Seconded by Minister for Defense. Seconded by Minister for Physical Infrastructure. Seconded by Vande Masiko, Honorable Masiko, UPDF. Honorable Mushemeza, Honorable Wanzara, Busia, Fadir, and many colleagues. Okay? So I now put a question that the recommendations be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Now, Honorable Minister, 3 months. We are giving you 3 months to bring an action taken report with regard to your recommendation. With regard to your recommendations, because I'm looking at, Honorable Minister, I'm looking at November, December, and January. That's the period where we are going to be having the BFP, which is coming in December, by end of December. So if we have the BFP and these are incorporated, most of them all captured or not even captured, but are listed as priorities, then it will make it very easy for the committee. But again, it is enough time for you also to consider them within your ministerial policy statement. Okay? But these are cross-cutting. So Minister of Local Government, the same. Moreover, you seconded. So Minister for Local Government.
Most
Yes.
obliged, Right Honorable.
Thank you. So let it be now a joint statement, but spearheaded by the Minister for Lands. Thank you, honorable colleagues. You've done a great job on this, and the Minister has made it very easy for us. Next.
Item 3.3, statement of taxes paid to URA by SICPA.
Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the announcer said statement. I already presented a statement on this matter on the floor of the House. What I was left with was laying on table the contract between URA and SICPA SA. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the framework contract for the supply, implementation, training, commissioning, support, and maintenance of a digital stamp solution between URA and MS SICPA SA. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Attorney General.
Right Honorable Speaker, this contract has 7 addendums. I beg to lay them at once.
Sure, they are all part of the contract.
I beg
the
to
contract with addendum. Thank you, Attorney General. Now it's captured as still as that item because this arose out of the debate and the requirement. So to make it very complete, we still capture the item as it was, so that the Attorney General has done his job. Thank you, Attorney General. Next.
Item 3.4, statement on the poorly funded and ill-equipped mechanical workshops of the Ministry of Works and Transport countrywide.
Minister for Works.
Right Honorable Speaker, we have to put out a statement to this Parliament regarding the status of road equipment units and regional workshops and the other information related to that. Right Honorable Speaker, in the 2010 government reviewed the districts and urban roads management and maintenance framework and introduced the direct labor, that is force account mode of operation, with provision of road equipment from China in 2012 and subsequent additional road equipment from Japan in 2017. From 2017 to 2021, the road equipment from Japan was exclusively maintained 3 framework contracts that were signed with road equipment local dealers
during this period, equipment availability averaged was about 90%. It should, however, be noted that while this high equipment availability was quite impressive, it left the ministry perpetually indebted to the service providers. Honorable Speaker, in 2021, the ministry made a strategic decision to shift routine maintenance of road equipment to an in-house arrangement. Routine maintenance mainly entails servicing of the road equipment, that is change of filters and oils, carrying out minor repairs and undertaking other preventive steps like greasing. The reason for the above shift in maintenance approach was to curtail the overall equipment maintenance cost while strengthening the capacity of our regional mechanical workshops with the ability to carry out minor repairs and residual capacity to remotely monitor the commercial equipment using the Commetrax system. Honorable Speaker, major repairs like system overhauls and complicated diagnosis continue to be handled by the road equipment dealers. While this new hybrid approach to road equipment maintenance is working and to some extent has reduced the cost of maintenance, it has experienced a number of teething problems, mostly due to financial constraints, which resultantly has reduced equipment availability to about 30%. Honorable Speaker, the ministry operates 4 regional mechanical workshops, that is at Central Mechanical Workshop at Kampala for the Central Region, at Bugembe in Jinja for the Eastern Region, at Gulu for the Northern Region, and at Mbarara for Western Region. While the regional mechanical workshops are equipped with mobile capacity to carry out routine maintenance, the number of mobile workshops is insufficient to cover the entire country.
Procedure. Yes, sir. Is the statement uploaded, clerk?
Honorable Speaker.
Please, Honorable Minister. You've not yet learned rules on the table. Yeah? Clerk, is the statement uploaded? So, Honorable Minister, did you share it with the clerk? When? Because even me, I've asked for a copy. I'm waiting for a copy. I don't have, but colleagues, in the interest of time, we are listening attentively how they approach, okay? Let's allow the minister to conclude on it. Yep.
The regional mechanical workshops also act as regional hubs where the road equipment can be referred in case of complex repairs, although they are not adequately equipped with requisite tools. Honorable Speaker, in regard to the status of regional mechanical workshops, I would like to furnish you with the following information. Under infrastructure and tools, 1, apart from Bugembe Regional Mechanical Workshop, which was built with the assistance of JICA in 1996, the other 3 do not have appropriate infrastructure in place. For example, Gulu and Mbarara Regional Mechanical Workshops can best be described as parking yards, while one at Central Mechanical Workshop has dilapidated structures. 2, the ministry has continually engaged with Ministry of Finance, Planning and Development, but due to resource constraints, we have not been able to get funds for equipping / retooling the workshops. Conversely, the ministry has also engaged with development partners such as JICA for project support, but this is yet to be realized. It is an area that we continue to explore and advance. 3, a feasibility study carried out on refurbishment and retooling, equipping the regional mechanical workshops. It is estimated the requirement is to be 100 billion Ugandan shillings. Then the underfunding of maintenance for the road equipment. 1, in 2017, when the road equipment was procured, it was computed and estimated that its annual routine predictable maintenance cost would be 22 billion. That's Uganda shillings. In financial year 2017-2018, the government allocated 10 billion for road equipment maintenance with an addition of 6 billion coming in financial year 2018-2019, and finally 6 billion in financial year 2019-2020. However, during financial year 2019-2020, the national budget was rationalized in order to cater for special requirement under Operation Wealth Creation, which affected the number of budget lines in the ministry, including road equipment maintenance. Consequently, budget allocation for maintenance of roads equipment was reduced from 22 billion, that's Uganda shillings, to 12 billion Uganda shillings, resulting into the ministry's inability to provide tires and batteries, let alone settling accumulated debts with service providers on account of routine maintenance. The resultant effect was increased downtime and availability of the equipment reduced to about 30%, as I had earlier notified you. 2, in financial year 2022-2023, only 12 billion was provided for equipment maintenance, and yet pointed out earlier, routine maintenance alone requires 22 billion. The road equipment from Japan is over 6 years old and has an average age clocked about 8,000 hours. The road equipment is due for corrective maintenance, which entails repairs of undercarriages, transmission and hydraulic systems of excavators, bulldozers, wheel loaders, motor graders. These repairs are estimated to cost 23 billion annually. The table below shows the funding gap for routine and corrective maintenance for the road equipment. You can see the amount required for maintenance and the funds provided in the...
No, but Honorable Minister, please, just a minute. Now, I have it on record from my clerk. You never submitted the statement. You came with the statement, you started reading it. Now, if allowed, you start referring us to a table which we can't see. Okay? So I'm just waiting that you quickly finish your statement. Then we pick your copy because you didn't even have a courtesy of giving me a copy. We pick your copy, we go, we upload it. I'm just doing it for you because you are a very humble young colleague whom I want us to support in your work. But next time, ensure you submit copies in time. It's a requirement, Honorable Minister. I request you, my brother. No, please. I don't want.
I'm sorry.
No, let us support each other.
I'm sorry, Honorable Speaker. I thought maybe uploading was a technical error because I saw the officer who had it immediately ran out. I thought maybe he went to rectify
We
it.
don't have any copy. Clerk has not received the copy. A statement is submitted to the clerk formally. And if you insist, then I will ask you, your table here received the copy, and you will not have it. So just conclude, then we shall use your copy to upload, and then we debate.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I apologize for that. The Minister of Finance was through various correspondences in financial 2022-2023 informed about the funding gap, but the Minister was advised to prioritize services and maintenance of the road equipment within the available budget ceiling. This funding gap, if not addressed through provision of additional funds, is bound to negatively affect the 1 billion road development grant that each district is receiving, since there will be no road equipment to implement the road works. This will also drill the attainment of targets set forth under the NDP3 and the Paris Development Model. Right Honorable Speaker, regarding road equipment for the new districts, the ministry completed the procurement process and the contracts were signed. However, Ministry of Finance only provided 28 billion, leaving a balance of 27 billion under the budget allocation for financial 2023. The supply contracts were signed with the Ms. Victoria Equipment Limited for the supply of competition motor graders and Loader still requires a top-up of about 6 billion to enable delivery of equipment by July 2024. The supply contract signed with Ms. Spear Motors Limited for supply of Mitsubishi tippers and water bowsers is still in waiting due to availability of funds. The loaders for the new districts will be procured in future through the separate contract. I've brought this because when we have this, it will help the heavy load which the regional mechanical workshops, which they have. As a concluding speaker, due to the funding gaps which we have, and so far I have noted about 19 districts who have so far received some funds out of the 1 billion grant, but they cannot use the funds because their machines are completely down. Yes, it is our obligation to help them. Then for the 16 new districts, I've put it clear, when we get the release of the remaining money from finance, if they pay, then by January 2024, we shall be able to supply the equipment to the other 16 new districts. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I kindly pass on that copy to the clerk. I hope it's signed on both pages. Now, Honorable colleagues, I'm of the view that this is a statement which needs to be uploaded first before we debate. Because you've heard there is even information where they were saying, I refer you to this table. You haven't seen, you don't know what's there. So I'm of the view that we handle item 4 for Honorable Yeri Ofono as we upload, and then we do a debate on this, okay? Yeah. So clerk, ensure you upload as we handle item 4.
Item 4, motion seeking leave of Parliament to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Rainwater Harvesting and Storage Bill.
Honorable Yeri. Honorable Yeri has been on order paper for like 5 times or beyond, and we couldn't reach him, so that's why I wanted it sorted today.
Thank you. I want to thank the Right Honorable for giving me this opportunity.
The microphone, you know your phone.
I want to thank the Right Honorable for giving me this opportunity so that I can bring this motion. Motion seeking leave of Parliament to introduce a private member's bill entitled Rainwater Harvest and Storage Bill 2023. Moved under Article 94, Clause 4 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Rules 121 and 122 of the Rules of Procedures of Parliament. Whereas Article 79 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda empowers Parliament to make laws for peace, order, development, and good governance of Uganda. And whereas Article 94, 4B of the Constitution and Rule 121, 122 of the Rules of Procedures of Parliament recognize the right of a member of Parliament to move a private member's bill. Noting that there is no legal framework providing for and regulating the compulsory harvesting and storage of rainwater in Uganda, despite of abundance of this natural resource. Further noting that the world is experiencing variability in precipitation, increase in temperature, drought frequencies and intensity, and global approximately 4 million individuals experience water scarcity due to drought. Whereas that Uganda climate is largely tropical with the 2 rain seasons in a year, while the northern region, which forms 1/4 of the country, lies outside the tropical belt and hence experience only 1 rain season and more prone to drought.
further aware that Uganda water scarcity due to drought poses a great threat to the rural population, and according to World Bank, appropriately 4.5 million people, or 10% of the population, are affected by the scarcity each year, mainly the south, eastern and northeastern region of Uganda. Concerning that, drought in Uganda are recurrent hazard, and the country experienced notable drought event in the year of 1967, 1979, 1987, 1999, 2002, 2005, 2008, 2010, 2017. Further concerned that climate projection indicate that condition which becomes even more severe in future and will continue to possess threat to Uganda amidst the growing population, economy, and increasing urbanization. Alarmed that during the rain season, rain causes flooding, especially in urban area where the drainage system are not well maintained. Convinced that there is a need for putting in place appropriate mechanism to address the issue of drought and flooding, especially taking advantage of rain season when water is in plenty by harvesting and storing rainwater so as to harness the resource and optimally utilize the augment that water needs of the people of Uganda, while in the same time minimizing flooding. Now, therefore, I resolve that Parliament grants me leave to introduce a private member's bill entitled Rainwater Harvesting and Storage Bill 2023, a draft of which here attached, and do order publish of the said bill in preparation of the reading. I beg to move.
Thank you.
Apollo Yero for now. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Honorable Yeri.
Yes, please.
Please, you can take your seat. Is the motion seconded? I have Honorable Juliet Washisha. I have Honorable Mpindi, Ntungamo, Busia, Youth. Oh, it's seconded by majority of members in the. So, Honorable, would you want to justify your motion?
Thank you very much. Water is a scarce commodity. For instance, it has just rained now. But instead of harvesting the water, you see a family again moves that I'm going to collect water on the well. So that is really a waste of time and so on. If he had harvested the water, it will. Can you protect me? Better protect me. Let us.
Honorable Yeri,
Yeah.
my proposal to you would be, you have written a very good justification.
Yes, please.
Which you uploaded.
Yeah.
If you could read it, it would make it very easy. Then you would avoid looking into the eyes of Terego and the Honorable Kibadia. But the choice is yours. Okay.
I wanted just to
so
summarize.
Avoid looking into the eyes of Terego and Chibadia.
Yeah. I wanted just to summarize.
You can look at the speaker.
So it is really a scarce commodity, and we believe, and everybody should believe, that in the next world wars, it may not be world wars to come.
And don't listen to voices from aside.
It may, the cause of those world wars One of them may be water.
Honorable colleagues, listen to a honorable member. By the way, honorable colleagues, if you may listen to me, this is bullying. You're bullying a colleague, you know? So please allow him to submit, and then you can check the rest.
So I think I'm just summarizing. So we should make it. It is a sensitization. We make it mandatory, so that everybody should really harvest this water. It will work. Yeah. So I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So Honorable Yeri, critically in his, take your seat, Honorable, you've already finished. Critically in his bill, in his proposed bill, in the draft bill, he's saying for every development, there should be a requirement for water harvesting and storage. Okay? And he has also told you, it's a shame to find it's raining, people are walking in the rain to collect water, instead of collecting the one that is above them. Okay? Yeah, so in summary, that's what I picked. So the seconder, I allow the seconder, Honorable Juliet Washisha. And you should know this is from Mitoma, so you better listen to her properly. She's an extension of the speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My colleagues, I know you are all aware that water is one of the most valuable natural resource God gave us. That's the reason I stand here, second the motion, and basing on the fact that when we have this bill, we are going to protect the rights and well-being of more marginalized gender, that is to say women and young girls, from exposure to sexual harassment. You know that they usually trek long distances when they go to look for water. In addition, I second this bill because it seeks to address the presidential agenda on solar-powered irrigation pumps, as stated in the State of Nation Address of 2022, even 2023. When rainwater is well trapped and harvested, it will help in easing the irrigation process, thus helping people in rural areas, which is greater portion of Uganda's population. And lastly, I second this bill because we are currently facing the dangers of climate change. And as a result, this bill answers the issue of water wastage in most of institutions, households, and rainwater is wasted in trenches instead of being trapped to help in irrigating our crops. And you find that in most homes, we have plants, we have gardens, and when we have this water harvested, it will save us all that burden. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Honorable colleagues. Honorable Songa is not here. Now, Honorable colleague, you see, when you're processing such a bill, because I've read through it, it's a small bill, it's very clear. It's a draft, of course. Yeah, I cannot comment much about it because the colleague now is given an opportunity to go and refine and all that. Okay, but I want the committee on natural resources, in case we get a certificate and we shall end up processing it, to liaise with the committee on physical infrastructure, to see if this bill can be, the aspects can be incorporated into the Building Control Act. Okay? And in the end, it can even be an amendment by Honorable Fono. It comes under as an amendment instead of a standalone bill. Okay? But this is just a proposal I'm giving. So once it comes for first reading, in case it's cleared, these are issues we should look at. Okay? Yeah, because sometimes it's not that every time you need a new law, you can strengthen the existing laws also through amendment. But this is his case is a very, very strong case. It's a very, very strong case. So, honorable colleagues, you know how we usually do it. A member is given an opportunity. So, allow me to put a question that the motion seeking leave of Parliament to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Rainwater Harvesting and Storage Bill be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary no. The ayes have it. Congratulations, Honorable. Do you want some colleagues?
First of all, I want to thank the Right Honorable Speaker to give me a space. It had been and those positive members, those who are positive towards the
Honorable, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Everyone
who have carried the day. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm allowing members to come and give more and more ideas so that we can make a very strong move. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable. You visit Honorable Remejia here. Have an interaction. He's a very good planner. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, Honorable. And thank you, Honorable colleagues, for supporting Honorable Yeri. Okay. So now, Honorable colleagues, I'm informed they have uploaded the statement from the minister. So now you have it. We can have a debate based on very clear information. Okay. So I will start with Honorable Itungo. I add on Chenjojo. I add on Muzare, who is in those matters. Of course, I cannot. Haji, our Imam. Yes. Whenever you are as a master on such a matters, we always around you. So you can take heart. Yes. I'll do Karamoja there. Not Stera. I've forgotten my yes, the one in the glasses. The one in the counter suit. Sorry, I've forgotten. Sorry, colleagues, sometimes your names escape. Now, if you've spoken, first take a seat. Then Bukuya, Dr. Opio, Mbare, okay? I'll pick, yes. Maruzi, yes. Then Mutemburi, then Pachuto. Honorables, I'm going to give you a chance. You know, let's do just 2 minutes quick, okay? Now, I told, again, I should make it very open here. When we are debating, we want to depict a national picture, okay? I have one group that sits on this side. Now, if I'm to pick here, I'll pick on Banyankori. No, Westerners, I'm telling you. Listen, no, Honorable Achen, you have already spoken. So I told you people, I know what I'm talking about. Eh? Listen. Listen, honorable colleagues, when I'm advising you, I know why I'm doing it. Okay? I saw people who stood up here. When you spread yourselves, you make it very easy for me. But now when I pick one colleague, I see the other is looking at me, bad, is annoyed. But I can't pick people from, I must have a national outlook in the debate. So I will be picking like this, then I come, I keep balancing you. Okay? So let's do it. Let's shoot right away. Let's shoot right away. When I'm talking of Anyankore, meaning I meant Western. I didn't mean just Ankore, but Western.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and the colleagues. Speaker, I will talk about the Ankore region and specifically Mbara regional mechanical workshop. Whenever we have district road committees, we invite the engineer from the workshop so that at the end of the meeting, he is able to assure whether he can service these graders. There has been two concerns, Mr. Chair, Speaker and colleagues, that whenever road fund releases money for district roads and community access roads, the mechanical, the Mbara's regional mechanical workshop is not given a fund to repair the graders. So you find money on the accounts of sub-counties and the district, but the roads cannot be worked upon because the graders are normally down. I have a letter here, which was wrote on 22nd of July 2022 about the breakdown of the grader. Up to now, our grader is still in the mechanical workshop, and the workshop is saying they do not have money to service this grader. So the big challenge is about the funding. The engineer gave us information that their bill was 30 billion, but that bill was reduced to 11 billion. So they are not able to service these graders.
Million for the record.
They do not have the money.
Million. Okay.
Million.
For the record.
So, but again, even the little money that these workshops is given, I think, Mr. Speaker, we need to do some investigation on the money which they receive, because basically there is no work at the district. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, when I have a 2-minute rule, how I apply information, okay? You have to speak on the same microphone, because when you switch on your own microphone, you get another 2 minutes. So I end up, you end up getting 4 instead of, so I will not allow information when you're sharing a microphone. Katarua.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the elaborate statement. This man is confusing me. I want to thank the Minister for the elaborate statement that he has given. And from the statement he has given and the fears he expressed, for us from the districts, we already scared from the statement he has made that even the 1 billion that we have got for the roads will not work well. Mr. Speaker, when you go to the districts, we have very many graders which are down, which have not been repaired. We have put eyes on only the graders that were donated recently. Yet as a ministry, I would think they would have some money reserved for the graders which are graded down to be repaired. Two, Right Honorable Speaker, I have a district with 31 sub-counties. We have one grader working on the sub-county roads, working on district roads, working on town council roads in one financial year. The fear now we have, Right Honorable Speaker, is to have this money. So far already, I think Canada has 500 million under the 1 billion grant, but we have not touched any, and the financial year is running very fast. So, Mr. Speaker, can I request the Ministry of Works, give districts a chance, if possible, also hire out graders to have these roads worked on. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we're going to have a challenge where the financial will end and all the money will go back to the consolidated fund. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Haji.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for his statement. Right Honorable Speaker, I represent Kiboga West constituency, which happens to be in Central Region, and we are always served by the Central Mechanical Workshop. I want to appreciate the ministry that the workshop has been coming, the technical team has been coming over to the districts to service these machines. But they always take long when the request is, advanced to them to come and service the machines. Right, Honorable Speaker, in a way, we lose time because when the service is over, the machines have got to be packed and wait for the technical team to come from the center to service the machines. And looking at the absorption of the 1 billion shilling, you will find at the end of the financial year, we shall not have completed the work that we planned to work on. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to, I don't know whether the minister is actually aware that the Kiboga District local government secured some money for major repairs of some machines that were grounded. And we agreed with the ministry that the mechanical workshop team come up to Kiboga and repair these machines, including overhauling of one of the graders. About 300 million was used by the mechanical workshop, but the 3 machines that were repaired recently, about 2 months ago, actually, much as they told us that they did their work and completed, but when these machines were taken for testing, the 3 of them have actually failed to work. So,
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, to have the debate move very well. If you have opened your iPads, the minister says, and he's very honest, he has said, apart from Bugembe Regional Mechanical Workshop, okay, which was built with assistance of JICA in 1996, other 3 do not have appropriate infrastructure in place. And he has said, for example, Guranbara Regional Mechanical can best be described as parking yards. This is the minister being honest. And then he tells you the issue is money. Because now, if we, the debate should be on how this can be sorted. Because even if we risk how our graders are not being worked on, how we are, the minister has no capacity. It's a workshop without workshop capacity. If a minister can tell you it's a parking yard, what is? And this is an official statement, not off cuff, which has gone through the structures. So can we focus our debate on that, on seeing how we can build the capacity here? Martin Muzare.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when we talk about roads, there is a key machine that is actually lacking in the district. That is the excavator. Right Honorable Speaker, our biggest challenge on our roads that we have in our communities is about swamps, especially in the eastern region. Swamps are a bigger problem. And the only way you can work on swamps is only when you have an excavator. When you go to our regions, our regional workshop, we only have one workshop that is functional. One excavator that is functional. One excavator that is functional. Now, we received money as a district. So far, we have almost received 500 million. What we need right now is that machine. If we don't have it, the work that we are going to produce may not be of help. Right Honorable Speaker, as the minister has just said it well, that the key problem is facing as a ministry is money. Ideally, colleagues, you know very well, issues of roads are very key in our communities. When we talk about development, it begins with roads in our communities. Without roads, there is no development. What we need to do is to help our minister, since he has been very clear that there is no money. Most of these workshops are just parking areas. The issue is money. When you go to the region, it's money. Honorable Speaker, lastly, we have machines that we received from the Chinese government, the Jiangling. All those machines are down. But you.
Thank you. Colleagues, let's limit ourselves. Let's limit the debate to the statement. Statement, Parliament by the Minister of State of Works and Transport regarding the status of the regional mechanical workshops. Kindly, let's limit ourselves to the statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must thank the minister for the first time he has been very frank. Very good minister, humble, but this time you have been frank. The regional workshops he's talking about, take a walk to Ginger. It's not a workshop. It had been abandoned even. So we are almost not having genuine workshops. They used to get a budget of 30 billion for the 4 regional workshops. Now they are talking of 11.8 for the 4. Then a tire of a grader, 1 tire, it is 3.2 billion. If it is 16 price, 3.2 million. So you know how many graders we have. The issue of the Minister of Works, where you have possibly not done help to these members of Parliament, it is harmonized with station engineers of UNRA. Because in each region, we have 23 stations of UNRA. So that in case they have an excavator, which the district does not have, they can rent because at times they don't use them at the same time. So, but to cut the long story short, Mr. Speaker, the way we are handling roads, we are going back to 1986. The money that used to go to roads is no longer going there. That minister, for example, he can tell you they have just got a third of their budget for the second quarter. In last quarter, they never got any money. The road fund, which used to get money for maintenance, money has been slashed to almost zero because the whole government is pushing to have road fund mainstreamed.
Pachuto, thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for his very frank report. Right Honorable Speaker, roads lead us to the market, road lead us to work, to health facilities, to schools, mention them. Without us budgeting appropriately for maintenance of our roads and maintenance of our road equipment, we shall be frustrating this economy. Right Honorable Speaker. I think the onus is now on us, this Parliament here, to ensure that at the time of budget appropriation, we make sure that the budget for maintenance of the road equipment is commensurate with the number of roads that are supposed to be worked on. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, so as we sit here, given the amount of rain that we have received here today, I am not sure whether some of us, including myself, will be able to access my home today. Right Honorable Speaker, I do not sleep in a swamp, but Right Honorable Speaker, I am telling this house here that where I live in Sonde, we have mobilized as a community. We went to the district mayor of Goma to try to see whether we could get road equipment to work on our roads. But we were told all the equipment are kaput. They were waiting to get graders and excavators from the center. But over a month now, we can't even access that. Right Honorable Speaker, again for the new sub-counties, Right Honorable Speaker, the amount of money that they get to work on their road.
Thank you. That's why Honorable Yerofona said you harvest the what? Rokoru, Albert?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to join other members to thank the Minister for the good statement regarding the road network in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, our people need good roads.
The issue
to
is not,
facilitate.
the issue, Honorable, is not the road network. We on the mechanical facilities.
Most obliged. Now, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The issues of equipments, the challenges of equipments cut across the whole country. I happen to be from Karamoja and Moroto district in particular, where most equipments are grounded. But there is no way these equipments can be repaired because our service station is in Gulu. I am trying to ask the minister, who is responsible for transporting these equipment, say from Moroto to Gulu, where there is a service facility. Then the other one, Right Honorable Speaker, is the good news from our dear president. The president directed for allocation of 1 billion to improve the roads in this country. But we are trying to get in touch with our local governments. The challenge they're having is that the guidelines are not yet clear and that they are fearing to touch this money. Now, I want to ask the minister, when will the guidelines reach the district local government so that the roads are rehabilitated? We are already in the second quarter.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, the permanent secretary, Minister of Local Government, has written it. Honorable colleagues, listen to me. The permanent secretary, Minister of Local Government, has written it all cows and attached the guidelines as stipulated by Parliament, the revised guideline on how to use that money. Okay, all of them. So tomorrow, clerk, ensure that letter is uploaded so that for MPs who haven't seen this, they can download it and share it with their districts and say, no, here you were clearly directed and guided. Okay? So clerk, ensure. No, those are points, honorable colleague, I don't to be taken advantage of. Honorable Kenya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Like I informed you, Right Honorable Speaker, I will start with my new vocation. The Bible says in Ephesians chapter 4, verse 32, that be kind to one another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another, as God in Christ forgave you. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to first say that we have forgiven the minister with his team at the ministry. In Kasanda, we don't have equipment. So we borrow equipment from the Ministry of Works. So whenever they see that their machines are broken down at the ministry, they have no tires, they say, come for equipment. And we go, we take the equipment, we repair, we work for 2 weeks, they come for their equipment. So every time we first have to repair, and I didn't know that they didn't have money, that's why they are doing that. So today, because he was straight, we have forgiven him because he doesn't have money. And I would like to urge this parliament that we find a way of raising money through Minister of Finance to give to the Minister of Works to improve on the maintenance of this equipment. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Pio.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the statement that was given on the regional workshops. And we're seeing this not just an issue just in the Ministry of Work sector, even in the health sector. There are regional workshops and they are significantly underfunded. However, having said that, as the chairperson of District Roads Committee in my district, I did a survey and found that 50% of the time, my graders are down. And secondly, even after they have been maintained, the road maintenance that it carries out, instead of it lasting 6 months, it only lasts about 3 months, emphasizing the need for proper road maintenance of the equipment itself. We therefore need to find the funds. And I want to propose, if ministry cannot provide, in the 1 billion we had allocated about 5% for maintenance of equipment, which is to the district. Perhaps a percentage of it could be taken up. If not, then Ministry of Finance need to provide the resources. Otherwise, we are not efficient in our road maintenance because of poorly maintained equipment. Roads of 6 months are lasting only 30 or half the time. And work that should have been done in 30 days is taking 60 days. So we need to improve efficiency by supporting these regional workshops by financing them. Thank you.
Mukaye.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to appreciate the Minister for the statement that he has given. And thank you for being honest. Recently, when we were in the Roads Committee meeting at Mbale District, our engineer informed us that some of the machines, like the wheel loader, they were down. And he told us they were required to take those machines to the regional office for them to be repaired in Bugembe. And then we said how much fuel will be required to bring those machines to Bugembe. And because of that dilemma, the machines are the district, they are not repaired, and so the works at the district are down. And so today, basing on your statement, we know why some of the challenges are still happening in our districts. And just like the other speakers have said, the other members have said, the funds that we have, the 1 billion, will be just like a big elephant because most of the funds will be allocated to repairing of the machines because even the tires are down. Nothing will be done as required when we do not increase the funding to our workshops. Because also in your statement, you openly said that these workshops has to be mobile. They are supposed to go to our districts and repair the machines right there instead of the district team transporting them to the regional office. So if that is the directive, then speak to them to do the same because we can't spend again on fuel to transport the machines to the regional office.
Nyangweso, then Mutemburi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for that statement. I am the chairman of the Roads Committee in my district, and that's Busia. And Honorable Minister, we have a challenge where the district engineer has told us that despite the availability of money to repair some of the road equipment for use, the workshop in Bugembe has failed to provide the technical expertise to repair some of the road equipments we have. So we have the money for repair. We are guided that the repair must be undertaken by the workshop at the regional level, whereby they should come and help us utilize the money we have for the repair. But the ministry department, the workshop in Jinja, has declined because they don't have that expertise. And we have asked now the COW to write to the ministry to allow us contract out a service provider to repair the equipments. And this is very challenging. So I want to appreciate the minister's honesty here that they lack the money in terms of even building the capacity to provide for the repairs as mandated by the ministry. So I want to invite colleagues here that possibly as we start the budget process for this financial year, more money is allocated to the ministry. And I want the minister to be very honest, to come up with a honest budget of how much should be funded to make these workshops to help our people. Thank you so much, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank the Minister for the statement. And in 2019, Right Honorable Speaker, Butaleja District took a tipper lorry to Bugembe for repair, 2019. Till now, it has not been repaired. And last year, The engineer wrote to the management of this workshop to get back the lorry so that the district would repair it. They refused. And they said until they get authority from the ministry, they cannot release it for repair. Now, my humble request is the minister to direct the management of Bugembe mechanical workshop to release our tipper so that as a district we can have it repaired. Yes. And the last time I visited the workshop, I described it as a motor vehicle mortuary. Reason being that you find so many vehicles, people who pretend to be so busy when actually they are doing nothing. I don't agree that the problem entirely is about money. I think there is also something beyond money. Because if we ask them to release hours to repair, and then they are saying we are not releasing it, they are saying it is under warrant, okay? That we cannot release this vehicle until we have instructions from the ministry. Honorable Minister, now that you're here, I request you to direct that they release our tipper so that we can have it repaired. Information, please.
I don't have it. Right, Honorable Speaker, in Ikumi.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Right. No, his time is up and you were, yeah. 1, 2, 3. And finance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister also for his statement. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm also the chairperson of this road committee in my district of Apache. Right Honorable Speaker, the main challenge in as far as the regional workshop is concerned is in the coverage. The coverage is too wide to an extent that the scope of maintenance works and repair works is so big. So big in the sense that, for example, Gulu Regional Workshop, which is serving West Nile, Lao, and Acholi sub-region, and Karamoja. How many districts are there? And how many machines and equipments can break down at a go and needs repair? Right on, Speaker, I would request through you that Minister of Works create some maintenance branch, say in Lira and Arua, to assist the West Nile districts, and Lira to assist the district in Lao sub-region. Secondly, right on, Speaker, through you, my colleagues or members have talked on issue of funds. And is this August?
Ogwa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The issue of the workshop, I agree entirely. But, Right Honorable Minister, this 1 billion, kindly, your statement gives a scare on using this 1 billion. Please, the 1 billion, do not make it hard for the 1 billion to be used. The 1 billion to be used under the road fund gives you clearly that you can use up to 5% for the use of those issues of repair and so on. Let's concentrate on that and then separate it from the issue related with the workshops. Or Mr. Court, maybe I don't know whether they would want to add, because we sat in our meeting and then we agreed on that. We have allowed 50 million to support the issue of servicing the truck, the equipment. So that's how we are trying to handle it. And I beg, please don't mess up with the 1 billion. Thank you.
Thank you, Remricha.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the Honorable Minister for your statement and for your honesty. Honorable Minister and honorable colleagues, the issue is about maintenance. These regional workshops in the country, for instance, we have one that is in Imbarara. This regional workshop takes Kigezi, Ankole, the entire Rwenzori, Toro. It's huge. So you find that I really agree with my colleagues that at least we should have substations, because getting a wheel loader from Mbarara, it's very difficult. When you go to Mbarara, they will say it has gone to Kisoro. When you're in Kisoro, it has gone to Kanungu. It becomes a very big problem. So the Right Honorable Speaker, it's better for us to have sub branches to help us. And again, on the maintenance, districts are suffering. You go to pick a machine from the district tells you we don't have a tire. So sub-counties end up using money for maintenance to buy these tires. It becomes a very big problem. They say this machine it has broken down, you have to buy before we release these machines. So the money that is meant to do work ends up repairing machines. And I can see here they made a study of 100 billion. Even if you've not gone at once at 100, can this parliament really provide this money? Because we are the people who appropriate. You can appropriate and say 50 billion should begin the work, so that our regional workshops are well equipped. And lastly, it's a
financial.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. One, I want to appreciate the truthfulness in the report of our Honorable Minister, the fact that these actually are white elephants in the region and therefore need support. But I also recognize the fact that you've been getting money before. We seem not to see a difference in the performance even when you had a bigger budget. That's an issue, in my opinion. Right Honorable Speaker, I would recommend that the rightful committee looks at even investigating to find out what is the actual problem so that we can make informed decisions in this house. I actually want to appreciate even the information he has given about us. I come from Rampara, which is a new district, and Rampara has no road unit. And we had thought we would get this money earlier. I have a colleague here. For us, we have even bigger problems. You can even submit on the rest of the minutes.
Thank you, my colleague. Right Honorable Speaker, the need for road equipment in new districts is not only a necessity, but it is now an emergency. Right Honorable Speaker, we have money, we are stuck. The paralysis of the regional workshops has made the work for us totally unbearable. All our roads are impassable. When it rains in the valleys, it becomes a swimming pool. When the culverts have been washed away, we are totally stuck. We appeal that in the next supplementary budget, we make this a priority. Right Honorable Speaker, we have seen you move mountains, we have seen you commit and we get money for the loan schemes. We pray as the new districts, we get the 28 million required billion to have the road equipment in our new districts, including Kazo and so many other districts. I thank you.
So, but honorable colleagues, if I remember very well, on Thursday, last Thursday, the Prime Minister said they have provided for it. Okay, so they are going to get for the new districts. And I remember she also said after they've given the new districts, then they will also now look at the big districts. And she gave an example of Wakiso, of Ntungamo, Kasese, districts of that size. Okay, so but let's indeed keep pushing for it. We are going to, and the minister is going to update us. Kibadia and then Buenju. After Buenju, Max Ochai. Then Arua.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as we address the issue of equipment, Right Honorable Speaker, and the Minister is always blaming Parliament. We equally need to interface with the Minister of Finance. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee is always faced with the challenge of appropriating money or earmarking money because we know the challenge in the ministry, but the Minister of Finance will not be ready to allocate that money. So, Right Honorable Speaker, through your office, this is a very touching issue. We need to take advantage of your office. We have seen you, as colleagues have said, there are things that you can overcome. There are things that you have moved. This one has come at the right time when you are in office. We know you will push it. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of regional workshops, because these regional workshops, Right Honorable Speaker, one, don't have staff. Some of these people that have been there for ages. We need trained staff in this workshop. That's why you hear Mr. Honorable Mutambuli saying the equipment came and it could not be repaired. To Right Honorable Speaker, these regional workshops don't have money to do any repair. We have visited the one of Bugembe. I have an advantage that I normally visit and I'm friendly to most of those people, but they are crying. We get regional equipment, Right Honorable Speaker, to use in our areas. But whoever has used regional equipment from Bugembe, when there is any challenge or any problem, you have to dig in your pocket and repair because the equipment is not there. The challenge is money. We need now to be clear that as we are budgeting, some money must be earmarked and put it clear that is for the regional workshop so that it's not touched. Otherwise, when it's just put together in a basket.
Thank you, Weju. And then Max Ochai.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the Minister for being honest, yes. But me, before I go to the regional workshops, I want to remind the Minister of Works that even the road units that we put on the districts, we put them there without a plan for maintaining them. Most of them, when you reach there, you'll find that the bush are covered them because they are not doing anything there. So I want to suggest that when we are in this house budgeting, we should look at the priorities. I want to assume that road units and the machines and the workshops are one of the priorities because we cannot do anything when we don't have roads. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I suggest that we also look at the money to maintain the road units that we put on the district. Right Honorable Speaker, you know my district of Weju, the roads are very poor, and considering its terrain, it is really very bad. We need strong machines. We need excavators that we don't have. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to suggest that when we are doing our budget here, let's give the Ministry of Works more money so that they can be able to work on this.
Thank you, Max Ochai.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. And I want to take this chance to thank the Minister for the statement made. However, I do not believe that money should be an issue, particularly when we know we have been implementing the medium-term expenditure framework process since 1992. What to me is of concern should rather be the failure to link the planning process together with the policy-making process and then the budgeting process. It is because it is at the prioritization point that's where the rubber hits the tarmac. And so in improving the performance of the mechanical workshops, we need to get our priorities right. Short of getting the priorities right, we shall keep on asking for more and more money, and yet that money is scarce. I thank you.
Kagwera and then Atima.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Concerning the parking yard and regional mechanical workshops, we need really to give the ministry money and be mindful of the corruption I see the money for transporting equipment from Fort Portal to Mbarara. Very inflated. It discourages us and it's very dangerous. Right, Honorable Speaker, there is an issue of suppressing budgets. I need to be got clearly that the Honorable Minister talked about wealth creation. We need to put money where we shall look back and see the money. If we put the money in road equipment, in making good roads, wealth creation, you may look back and I don't know where it is right now. The quality of procurement, Right Honorable Speaker, we talked about the Chinese.
Conclude.
Thank you, Speaker. In the 9th Parliament, we had a very hot debate. The members who are here will remember, we said we should not import equipment from there, but the ministry went ahead and imported. Even if you put billions of money on these machines that we imported from China, we cannot have value for money. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
In business, we call it throwing good money at bad money. It all becomes bad money. Atuma?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I join others in thanking the Minister for the statement. Right Honorable Speaker, as other colleagues from other districts are talking of difficulties of taking their equipments to be serviced in the regional centers, regional workshops, Arua City has no equipment to be taken to the regional center, Gulu. Arua City was formed by joining Ive County, which is now Ive Division, with the former Arua municipality. Ive County, which used to be under Arua District, has lost all the equipments which were used under Arua District to the current Arua District, which is Vora, which has 3 road equipment units. Now, Arua City having no equipment, Right Honorable Speaker, what do we take to Gulu to be repaired in that regional workshop? I'd like to ask the Minister for Works, Minister for Local Government, to think about these cities which are created. Otherwise, monies which are allocated end up lying idle. Right Honorable Speaker, the road fund for financial year 2021-2022, which the city received 600 million, remained in the air because there was no equipment to do that work. So we are still investigating where that money went. At least we hired equipment to do road for financial year 2022-2023. So I really want to implore the ministries concerned to see to it that the cities which are created have equipment. Thank you very much, Right Honorable
Thank you, Arepe, and then Choma.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is, I just want to look at the study that the ministry carried out. When we start giving the districts 140-something billion, the workshops decide need 100 billion, a seesaw. Is it this very money that is caused that study to come to that figure? What I'm saying is, while we are trying to improve things on one side, things go down on the other side. But most importantly, I think I want to implore government, what's the effect when these workshops are not functional? The effect is, it will affect the productive sector in this country because the roads are not worked on, the equipment is not worked on. Therefore, it will undermine the fact that we want to create economic growth, productivity in this country. So that's what we definitely have to look. Therefore, government must look into this matter seriously if we have to talk about economic growth in this country, if we have to talk about job creations in this country, if we have to talk about improving agricultural productivity in this country, if we have to talk about agricultural value chain in this country. So that's where this effect goes. That's the bottom line. That's where the impact is. So it is imperative for government to make sure it looks out for funding so that these workshops are operational, so that equipment is operational and the roads are fixed right. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Choma, Busia, Oseko.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the Minister for the honest report. Right, Honorable Speaker, when you read the minister's report, he has made a very good analysis. One, they carried out a feasibility study, which needed 100 billion. Although he has not stated the financial year or the year in which it was carried out, I believe it is still standing. Then two, when the money was not provided, they resorted to framework contracts, which worked out. 90% availability of equipment, that was very, very good. But they didn't pay. They ended up not paying the suppliers because they didn't have money. Thereafter, they resorted to a hybrid where they had the framework contracts for local dealers and then in-house for minor repairs. But with that one, the equipment availability was only 30%, meaning that one cannot work. That one, Speaker, I want to propose, like you did for the students' loan scheme. Why can't we have this 100 billion provided for under the 3% provision, so that we can really have these regional workshops operational? They retool them, they equip them, so that we can have really our equipment worked on. It is very, very embarrassing when you are working on a road like in my constituency, and also you are in Nyamarebe. Nyamarebe is really a very hard to reach sub-county. When it gets a mechanical problem, they will tell you we are going to the district. The district will tell you we are going to the workshop, but there is no solution. So I think if we do that, maybe we can get.
Thank you. But Honorable Choma, do you think the problem is only money? It's beyond money. Then you have other entities also which have equipment. Where are they working? Where are they maintaining them from? For example, agriculture. We know they have equipment. Okay? So how are they maintaining this equipment? I will instruct the committee on physical infrastructure to visit and make an on-spot assessment and visit these facilities we are talking about. Okay? And make an analysis, do whatever they can to know what the problem is before we start concluding on money. Honorable Cyrus has just told me that they've been having, I think they are going for, you said you're going to Honorable?
Right, Honorable, thank you so much. Since 2014 to date, one of our caterpillars has been in Bugembe. They can't return, they can't repair, it is redundant, it is a part, it is there. That is the situation we are talking about.
Honorable Wanza, are you saying yours?
Thanks very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when our machines are taken to Bugembe Mechanical Workshop, they can spend years and years. Nakasonga District Government,
you take to Bugembe also?
There's a time we're taking to Bugembe, but even if you take it to Kampala here, you will call Engineer Kavuma. Engineer Kavuma is the chief mechanical engineer, I think. You will be calling Engineer Kavuma, when are you returning our machine to Nakasonga? After 3 years, Engineer Kavuma tells you, give me 2 weeks. You go there after 2 weeks, Engineer Kavuma say, the machine has not been worked upon. Please check on us after 6 months. My humble appeal is that let us equip these mechanical workshops to approve them from parking yards to mechanical workshops so that our machines can be worked on, so that we can have better roads. Otherwise, if we are to have better roads, we must have sound machines in this country. I thank you.
But if we have pre-qualified garages to work on other very complicated, you know, Minister of Works, really some of these things I will ask recently. My car, my official car had a problem and it was grounded because I hear Minister of Works must first assess and approve the repair. Who gave you that power? Under what rule? No. Some of this they've hijacked because I asked, no one gave me an answer. Some of them are under the law, some of it they have hijacked. Now, Parliament, we have an engineer. Okay? Parliament here, we have an engineer. An engineer of parliament assesses, and then it is taken to a junior officer in works to approve the work of an engineer. Really, yeah? You see, what is going to kill this country is the bureaucracy. Because this bureaucracy, you know, decision-making is derailed, anyway, I had picked some people, let's continue. Ono Mshemeza, what's the issue? Colleagues, I didn't mean it to provoke you into a fresh.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to improve on the terms of reference you have given to the committee.
No, I will work on the terms of reference, but what I will do, I will consult you, Professor. Okay? If there is any other professor here, can also inform me. Terego, what's the issue? Because you're burning.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. I'm really burning. I don't know whether we still have anything called Gulu, the Northern Equipment Center. We don't have. Terego, the roads have closed. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to invite you to Terego. You will have to fly and remain there. We don't have anything.
You said good things come from Terego, so I'm happy to remain in Terego.
Because
conclude.
Thank you. I really beg that we get serious with these centers, especially the one of Northern Uganda. There are too many new districts. We are suffering. If you want the equipments at the regional centers, you cannot get them. My district chairman said he is inviting the whole of Ministry of Works to see how bad Terego is. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Auma?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is not about poor maintenance, but it's about negligence of work. One time I was moving in my constituency or my district, I got a grader stuck on the roadside. But it was after like 1 month, 2 months. So when I asked the cause of that grader being stuck, they told me they're doing the work. Then all of a sudden, the fuel was less and it got stuck. So imagine that at work and they happened to leave the grader on the roadside over like 2 months. I was going for my work. I was going for somebody somewhere. I found and I had to follow up. I called at the district. I went there and followed up. They told me they didn't have fuel to fuel up the grader. And it was stuck. Yes, it's very true. I myself, I found it and it got stuck. From there, people began stealing things from the grader and so on. Right, Honorable Speaker, as a member of climate change, I'm so concerned. As the Honorable Minister said, as we are planning to procure new equipment, we have districts that equipments have been packed for some good years. We are looking at a green country, Uganda, and these machines have been packed for so many years. They damage our environment. So, Honorable Minister, I think we should also find a way on how we should maybe dispose of the equipment that are no longer in use. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Now, but honorable colleagues, you need to be steady. You don't fall into a trap. Some districts some of the technical people will tell you equipment is down, so that they can now give out contracts and grab the other 1 billion. Okay? They divert the money. The contractors, now they are no longer accountable. It's through contractors and the money is gone. So you need to be on the lookout. You need to be to utilize your powers under district road committees so that they can even defeat the guidelines which Parliament issued. That can be a target. You need to be very, very, very cautious. But whichever cow defies the guidelines, okay? And I think we are going to go back. We might be forced to again give you more time to go back to the districts and you see on the utilization of this money. Honorable colleagues, please ensure the money is used as per the guideline. For clarification, tomorrow, clerk, upload the data from the Ministry of Local Government the cows, upload it on our alfresco, plus the guidelines. But and also print copies for members and put in members' pigeonholes. Okay? So that each member has a copy of the letter and guidelines once again. Because I don't want an excuse of a member saying I didn't. Then when you're in the road committee, ensure those guidelines are followed. Honorable Seko, and then Kabari.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to appreciate your guidance over these matters. However, Right Honorable Speaker, like it or not, in as far as government business is concerned, the issues of monies will always come about. And specifically when talking about these regional mechanical workshops, Right Honorable Speaker, the fact is that they have no capacity. These were constructed a long time back when the districts were so few. Now we have many districts, we have so many equipment. The capacity in terms of equipment in those workshops and even the personnel is lacking. But I want to come to the point of the funding. Right Honorable Speaker, this country is known to make good laws and policies, but the problem of implementation is the biggest problem. We have the Uganda Road Fund Act, which provides, and we have talked over this issue several times, it provides for the funding for the act and for the roads maintenance. Section 21 is very clear on this, and we have talked over this. We are now saying, and it comes back to Parliament, what do we do with this act, which was enacted, it is redundant, we cannot implement it. Why can't we put the money in the road fund so that the issues of funding, first of all, get away, then we now go and build the capacities of these workshops to maintain these roads? Because all the programs of government, especially as PDM now is concerned, if we don't have good roads, especially the access roads in the community access roads, we shall not go far. The communities will keep on complaining. We will not access markets. We will not have processing plants being invested in those countrysides so that we balance the development.
Thank you. But Honorable Seko, we have made good progress. Colleagues, you see, when we make progress, appreciate it. Don't think this 1 billion came out of nothing. It came out of that pressure which was started by Honorable Bianyima and Opendi here regarding the implementation of Road Fund Act. Okay? And then, honorable colleagues, we allowed an extensive debate, and out of that, each district is getting $1 billion. So to me, that's good progress we've made. When you say, Parliament, we are stuck, what do we do with the Section 21, with the road fund? The progress we've made is commensurate for now with the funding, with the resource envelope that the country has. So we cannot discount our efforts, okay? We cannot. Now, slowly by slowly, we shall demand for more. Hey, but we have to be cautious of our resource envelope as a country. Me first allow Kabare. No, honorable colleagues, I'm first speaking colleagues who haven't spoken.
Yes.
Yes. Today.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to...
just wait. Now I have one honorable colleague who has not yet spoken, but I'm punishing him. He has a case. He went to a colleague's constituency and caused their havoc, and said, so before I meet you with your colleague, Honorable Wanzara, on how you went to his constituency, then I'm constrained, honorable colleagues. I saw another colleague on, I had another colleague on audio calling a fellow colleague a fool. Yes, and calling another one a prostitute. Then I also have a minister who invited members from a colleague's constituency to his press to address them on matters regarding a colleague's constituency. Okay? For me here, colleagues, if you are raiding a colleague's constituency to go and undermine, if you belong to another political party, you can say, as a party, this is not, his submissions in parliament are not in line with the vision of our party. We shall be fronting a candidate. That's okay. That's politics. But when you go Some of them are even like the two are coming from the same. So I need to meet you tomorrow, the two of you, but I was not happy for your colleague and I was given evidence. Please, colleagues, focus on your constituents. Stop going to other people's constituencies. Whether you consider yourself very popular or what, please stop it. Me, it comes to my attention, you confront a colleague, I will ignore you here. I won't give you an opportunity. That will be my policy. So once it is sorted tomorrow, then I will allow the honorable colleague. Okay? Yes.
Yes, thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I also want to thank the Minister for once he has spoken the truth. But I want to let you know that much as we have kept lamenting on money issues, but it is also not enough. Right Honourable Speaker, the architecture of this also should also revise his brains. If you consider Kabale, the whole of Kigezi, the emergencies that has been happening, it rains like thrice a month. And the moment it rains, the whole of Kigezi get affected and the communities get disconnected. Right, Honourable Speaker, is it therefore right for the equipment to be kept in Mbarara while Kabale and the whole of Kigezi is suffering for the same? I think this should be revised, Right Honourable Speaker, where the emergencies are, there should be a priority. In Mbarara, there is a stable kind of soils, but in Kabale, it goes year in, year out, and we have been bringing issues here on the Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, we need to revise and have equipment kept in Kabale, not in Mbarara. We will need ours. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
But Honourable, they've told you Mbarara is also just a parking yard. It's not helpful. Let's ask the one of Isingiro who is next to Mbarara. Clear whether there is.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity and the chance to also comment on the Minister's statement. I would like to join my colleagues also to thank the Minister for the good statement, more specifically with the honesty with which he presented it. Right Honourable Speaker, for me, I come from Isingiro, which is one of the biggest districts. So accessing road equipment is really very, very difficult. Even the one we had at the district is now very old and almost obsolete. It is in a dangerous mechanical condition. And whenever you consult the district about a certain emergency, like recently, the last few days, we experienced heavy rains. Some 2 villages of Chakabindi A and Chakabindi B are now for over a week cut off, because whenever I request for a machine, you find it is down and also located in another extreme end of the district. So I was of the view, just suggesting, maybe this money for road equipment, if we could wait until we collect enough to get a road equipment. I have not seen the guidelines, but for sure, maybe some of this money, the district should be allowed to buy the equipment instead of concentrating on maintaining the old one. I said we wait until we get enough to buy an equipment. I'm not saying 1 billion is enough to buy road equipment. Secondly, my colleague from Kabale is saying that the equipment center should shift to Kabale, but I think we are near Mbarara where the road equipment is, but the road equipment is also not enough. Many times we have gone to Mbarara as neighbors to borrow that road equipment, but it is never available. Whenever I ask for it, it is either in Kisoro or in Kap.
Thank you. Let me allow such chance. Then tomorrow we shall sort our cases.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Actually, you are a very good presiding officer, because it is not good to base on allegations, but as you've ruled, you are really a good man. Right Honourable Speaker, I wanted just to request my colleague, the Honourable Minister, of Works, you know, is my OB. For sure, for my request that at least every 5 districts should be allocated experts for working on the machines in five districts. Because even at regional centers, you find overcrowding of the machines, which, by the way, call the a longer stay of machines at the regional workshops. But if we allocate five districts and we allocate human resource who are experts in that, I think that one, it can handle everything very well. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
I think what Sessions is proposing to me, if, for example, we had mobile per sub-region, Lango, West Nile, Ankore, Chigezi, Bukedi, okay? We look at mobile. And then we have the main station at the regional level, okay? So that is critical cases that are brought at the regional level, okay? I think that would help more. Chair will allow you later. Yeah. Mutawe, then Stella. Mutiwa. Oh, sorry. Mutiwa. Godfrey, then Stella.
Thanks very much,
I will come to
Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister. He has been really very honest in his statement. Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues have talked about road equipments. I happen to be the chairperson of the roads committee in my district of Butaleja. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request the Minister to look at regional workshops in terms of maintaining all district vehicles. Right Honorable Speaker, time and again, districts procure or government procure vehicles, but you find that these vehicles are used in 1 or 2 years and they break down. And because there is no sufficient budget of repairing these vehicles, what they do, they go and request the government to procure new vehicles. So you find that districts have very many vehicles that are not in operation, and yet if there is a budget that can do an overhaul, like His Excellency the President supported us with the 1 billion, I would request that if the Minister of Finance can also look for money and support districts to repair all district vehicles, I believe this one can help not only vehicles that handle roads, but also all departments in the districts. Right Honorable Speaker, the other issue I want the Honorable Minister to look at is the issue of the remuneration of the drivers. Right Honorable Speaker, for you to hire a grader for a day, you need at least not less than 1 million. But the person who is coming to drive it the whole day.
Thank you. Stella Tiang.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable
please,
Speaker.
That's not how we behave here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for emphasizing on the issue of guidelines on the utilization of 1 billion shillings. Right Honorable Speaker, districts have that money now in their accounts, but they don't have approval on utilization of this money, and they are waiting for those guidelines. Right Honorable Speaker, yes, that is it. They are waiting for those guidelines. Right Honorable Speaker, my district engineer told me they had a conference, a budget conference, whereby they told them they have to wait for the final guidelines that will come this month. So I'm in a view that we harmonize the issues of these guidelines, what was resolved in Parliament and what the ministries are thinking, so that we have this money utilized, because now we are in the 2nd quarter and the money is not yet utilized. You'll find that you will end up finding that at the end of the year, the money will not be utilized because of issues of guidelines. So I request that we harmonize that. Then secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, as much as the districts are given funds to do minor repairs. Those funds are not enough to help these districts do those minor repairs. Right, Honorable Speaker, the money that is allocated for tires is actually so small to the extent that it only buys one tire in the whole year. Yet there are many equipments at the district. Now, and yet a machine needs all the 4 tires replaced in order to balance well. Right, Honorable Speaker, I suggest that the ministry next time in the next financial year takes into consideration at least to give enough money for these minor repairs, especially the tires.
Thank you. Now, just we are still going on, but Honorable Minister, on only one item. Have you stopped these districts from utilizing the money that they wait for guidelines from you? New guidelines? Honorable Minister. No, Minister for work. Because the one for local government, I have received the letter and they were told to work. So where is?
Right, Honorable Speaker, we followed the guidance from Parliament. We sat with the Ministry for Local Government. They came up with guidelines which were circulated to the districts. Even our permanent secretary got those very guidelines and wrote to various chief administrative officers to follow the same guidelines. So,
thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, you are members of the district road committees. You are decision makers at that level. So we gave you a tour. You can't come here to remain. Okay? That's why I have said tomorrow, you again receive the guidelines, both physical and soft copy, together with the letter. Together with the letter. If you want, our ICT department, our Hansard can even extract for you the video of the minister. You send it, you go, you pray it. Okay? But there are clear guidelines. The minister has done his work. So let's go and we stand our ground. I know districts where members have stood their ground, they are implementing. Those ones where members have been shaken, they are going to pray around with this money. Okay? So now the ball is in your court as honorable colleagues. Nambozo. Okay, let me just 1, 2. No, you have spoken to the honorable. 1, 2. Andrew Ranya. Babunji, you spoke today. No, issues of terrain, even me, I have a worse terrain. Chirihura and the Fils, they are the final ones. Yeah.
Thank you.
Please, honorable colleagues, I'm picking those who have not spoken today.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the Honorable Minister for being so honest. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at Bugisu region, that is part of the Eastern, it is a region that is characterized with a very difficult terrain, especially this time when it's raining. We are on our knees that we do not get landslides that kill our people and boulders coming down to finish them off. Right Honorable Speaker, in the last term, we got boulders breaking from the mountain and they killed our people. But before they rolled to kill villages as people were running, we looked for excavators to hold the boulders, to get them all off the track that they were using. Right Honorable Speaker, Bugembe is very far from Sironko or from Bugisu. My prayer was that we have an excavator, especially in these regions that have got such disasters. Before they happen, if we have a Ministry of Disaster Preparedness and they are not working in tandem with the Ministry of Works, it is a little difficult for us. But lastly, that we are getting into the budgeting process. I think this time we are informed that the Ministry of Works needs to plan better. However big their budget may be, we need to understand as members of Parliament, because when a member of Parliament starts fueling those road units, it's very absurd. Right Honorable, you see where part of our salary goes. We have to fill these equipments with fuel sometimes for the work to be
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Minister, there are only a few things that are here. One, these workshops that you are talking about, they are not actually workshops like any other members mentioned. These are mechanical parking yards. When you just go to, I went to Bugembe here where honorables have mentioned, personally to interact with those guys. One, the tools that are there are not tools for the workshop. And they are tools that demoralizes somebody who is an engineer completely to do the job. I asked them, where's the problem? They told me the problem is when even if they made the requisition, it will take years for them to get the tool. They end up sometimes even getting their own personal tools to do the job of the government. When they make a requisition of the spare that they want, they will never get it. So at the end of the day, they blame them. But when you look at the workshop also, the morale of the staff is not there completely. You have killed it. So we need to work hard to make sure the morale of the staff comes back. When you go to the district, it's another big issue. You've gone into stealing the 1 million by saying you use the 5% for repairing the equipment. It is okay, but you've already deducted the money that is supposed to be for road maintenance. But even if you looked at this 5%, like when police are trying to fidget around and see how this money is used, the 5% still can't repair all the equipment in the district. And yet the actual says these roads are supposed to be worked. So at the end of the day, we end up by saying, let's just work on what we can, then the rest we shall see later. What does that one mean? We are not going to do a good job, good quality job in the roads as far as the equipment is concerned. Now,
Ojok Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to join my colleagues in thanking the Honorable Minister, mostly for his humility, but also I know from his office he executes tasks expeditiously. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to implore the House to think outside the box. I think we need to go back to the drawing table and see what works best for us. Yes, I know the ministry tried a bit of using outsourcing the maintenance of the equipment and the stations, but I think we can still go back, but now look at it from a concessional angle. How else can we renegotiate this from the equipment to the human resource? Can we go back to the drawing table and see what works best for us? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chirhura. Then Kapchora. Kapchora's terrain is like the one of Bundubujo. So.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues to thank the Minister for the good statement. Right Honorable Speaker, it is a fact. We need to equip our regional workshops because that is where the major repairs are done for the machines of our district. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me also to mention that poor maintenance of machines is a problem. It is the main cause of the breakdown. We need to make sure that the machines are well maintained. Right Honorable Speaker, I have another point on the new created town councils and sub-counties. Those ones, they are not receiving the usual grants, the road fund grants. They are in a crisis. We need to look at that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I need to.
Thank you.
I want to move.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister for the report. I come from a district which has also a unique terrain, like it has been said. The roads are very steep at some points. The soils are very loose. When it rains, they are just swept down to the valleys. And then there is a lot of meandering along the, as you climb up. And all this causes a lot of tear and wear out of the roads very fast. And this one calls for equipment which are functional all the time so that repairs are made anytime. I want to say that I want to buy the idea of mobile workshops. I'm saying so because in Kapchora we have a tractor which was given by the Ministry of Agriculture, and it is serviced by the Ministry of Agriculture. The engineers come there at the time of service, at the time of repairs. They come right to the place where the tractor is. They repair and come back. All the time you have to call them when the service is needed, they come. They are very, very efficient. So I'm seeing this, the staff of these regional workshops being very redundant. So if they are eating government money for nothing, they are eating government money for nothing because they are earning salary and yet they are not doing the work. So why can't we deploy them to go out and service our equipment from our districts? Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, Physical Infrastructure.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Minister. He has attempted on honesty in this report. Right Honourable Speaker, this report is completely devoid of the human resource capacity at the mechanical workshops. It does not at all talk about the human resource in these workshops. And even if we have the equipment, they won't operate themselves. They will still be redundant. But to Right Honourable Speaker, I was listening. Of course, I fall within the Mbarara Mechanical Workshop region. From Kabare to Ntoroko and to Kazo, the cries are the same. Right Honourable Speaker, he needed to tell us the corporate governance structures in these workshops, because the challenge, Right Honourable Speaker, is even at communication. Even when they cannot do something, you will never get the answer. It is a kingdom of itself, those mechanical workshops, Right Honourable Speaker. In Mbarara, I'll give you an example. There are 3 excavators. They said they got 12 billion. That would mean out of 4, each got 3 billion. But all the 3 are completely down. And all the other machines, because I've been attempting recently, and all the machines are completely down, Right Honourable Speaker. Now, you're wondering, even if it was poor resourcing, what does even the 3 billion do? At least not to service 1 excavator to be on standby. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, on this one, allow me comment as a member of Parliament. Kazo separated from Churhura in 2019. We got a grader, which was supposed to be worked on. It needed 150 million. It is now 2023. It has been at the mechanical workshop. It has never been worked on. Even with the mega resources, would it be impossible for in 5 years for someone to prioritize and overhaul a grader? So I think, Right Honourable Speaker, like you guided, I don't want to sound, because I'm conflicted in this matter because you've already referred it to my committee, but I am personally touched because of the infinite.
Thank you, Chair. I'm referring the statement on the whole matter to the Committee on Physical Infrastructure. I think 2 weeks are enough. Isn't it, honorable colleagues? 3 weeks. Chair is asking for 3 weeks because I need you to visit. Chair, in fact, I'm giving you 4 weeks because I want you to be working between Friday and Sunday and Monday. Colleagues, I have told the clerk, there will be no retreats, no field works during plenary. Okay, so committee chairpersons, I want your members to be given a chance to come to plenary. Now, if you go out and you process a report when you are not attending plenary, supporting other committees when they are presenting their reports, who will support you on yours? What if they also go for retreats? Because each committee has a capacity to go for a retreat. House adjourned to tomorrow at 2 p.m.